Welcome, I'm Paul, this is Dave. You're watching my channel's monthly compendium, 100 Glitch in the Matrix and Supernatural Stories, which, if you want to use them to fall asleep to, perfectly acceptable. They do make good sleep stories, I think. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Case file number 2411, written by Angry Santo. The green light, the roaring engine, and the question. So this happened some 6 or so years ago, maybe 8 at most. At the time, I worked pretty far from home, a couple towns over far from home. Why work so far from home? They were hiring, and it was the only job I was able to secure that used my degree, and paid more than stocking shelves at Sam's Club. Side note, to hell with Sam's Club. Once I got off the highway, my commute took me through several school zones, so I left home too late. My commute, with tollway and highway combined, went from 45-ish minutes to an hour and 30 minutes at the absolute least. So in order to get to work on time, I'd leave at an ungodly hour in the morning, and get there way too damn early, purely so I wouldn't be stuck in school zone hell. Background set, here's the glitch moment. It was a morning like any other. The sun isn't out yet. I just got off the highway, stopped at the red light. It's way too freaking early in the morning for anyone with a choice to be out of bed. I don't listen to the radio, and the cassette adapter I use to listen to stuff from my phone on the car speaker. Yes, I'm old, and the car is older than some people I know, sue me. Is on the fritz, so I'm not listening to what little music I listen to, or to whatever audiobook holds my fancy. I'm sitting there, at the red light, thinking about nothing. There are no other cars on the road. The only lights are the streetlights, several of which are flickering, a few of which are out. No noise but the sound of my car idling. The light turns green. I looked right, the street was empty. I looked left, nothing. I looked forward, and didn't take my foot off the brake. I waited a few seconds and, I genuinely don't remember if I said this out loud or merely thought it. I said, I wonder why I'm not driving. At that exact moment, a muscle car roars through the red light at Mach frickaduck. Its tires squeal like pigs on fire as it makes a turn somewhere to my left, the sound of the car quickly fading. I sat there and, again, not sure if out loud or thought to myself, said, "Ah, that's why." I then put my foot on the gas and sedately took off. I drive like an old man because cars are expensive and money is tight. Again, sue me. Counting the seconds for how long it would have taken me to get to the spot where Mr. Late for something would have hit me. And it was the exact length of time it took for the light to turn green, for me to look to the sides, and for the car to fly through the red light. I then went to work, and later processed the realization I almost died, or would have landed on so much medical debt that I'd probably have been better off dying. Yeah, that's it. Believe me or don't, people lie on the internet. Either way, have a good day and drive safe. Why believe you? There are countless stories of people at intersections, and stoplights especially, just having this urge to wait, and then a car comes barreling down, maybe it's a guardian angel, putting that seed in your mind. Case file number 2412, written by Ivan Licot. No doorways, no alleys, no clue. I was walking down the street, and a person with an orange scarf on their head was walking towards me on the same side of the road. They got blocked from view by a tree momentarily, and then they weren't in front of me when I passed the tree. I turned around to see if they had sped up and managed to pass me while being blocked by the tree, but nope. Checked the other side of the road to see if they had somehow crossed while blocked. Only a couple school kids waiting for the bus. No idea where they could have gone. I was towards the inside of the sidewalk, so I would have seen if they had entered a building. Plus, there were no entrances on either side of the street, just fences with no openings for a good while. And with the orange scarf, you'd think they would be easy to spot. At the time, I just shrugged and moved on because I was in a hurry. But remembering it now, it was weird. Case file number 2413, written by Polymorpheus Pervert. a quarry, a UFO, and a rock that wasn't really a rock. I do outdoor events and was looking for venues. A friend said he knew a place, so 3 of us climbed in the car and drove there, about 100 kilometers from our city. The place was a quarry next to a river, so it looked great, but the only problem was this huge rock sitting across from where we would put the main dance floor. I'm talking bigger than an absolute huge Winnebago right across the middle of the dance floor. We joke about having to blow the rock up and have it removed if we want to use the place. About a year later, I really need the venue, so I phoned the farmer up and asked him to meet me down in the quarry, so we can chat about blowing some rocks up. Hell yeah. He says great, he knows someone with a demolition license, so we can make work of it. I get there a little early and drive down to the quarry and notice the huge rock is gone. This is a bit confusing, so I walked around trying to see if perhaps it was already blasted away. But there are no marks on the ground. Even erosion marks were absent, so even more confusion. The farmer eventually gets there, and I ask him if he already blew the rock up. He says, "What rock?" So I'm explaining this massive rock to him, and his face is getting more and more incredulous. He tells me that him and his friends barbecue there almost every weekend for the last 15 years, and he has never seen what I'm describing. I phone my friend and ask him if he remembers the quarry and the rock. He says, yes, the one we wanted to blow up. I say yes, but apparently it never existed. So the natural conclusion I came to is that this was a UFO with a someone else's problem field around it. Hiding in plain sight. Nice. Case file number 2414, written by Employment number 3590. SUV, the dog, and the invisible husband. My husband went out to CVS to get us some caffeinated drinks on Sunday. It's a task that typically takes 15 minutes or less. He left in his car, and the dog still needed to go outside, so I got dressed, put on my shoes, walked him to the cul-de-sac, which is about 4 houses away. That's typically about 5 minutes there and back. We can still see the house from there. While I was at the cul-de-sac and heading back, I heard my husband's car, but saw a white SUV pull into the house next to ours. I walked back home. The white SUV was parked next door. My husband's car was still gone. I figured he would be back any minute, and we could enjoy the drinks on the front porch in the nice weather. I let the dog off the leash, since he would just hang out. I started cleaning the blades off my ranch trimmers to put them away later. I hear his car coming up the driveway. I turn around and see his car backing in. The dog walks to the end of the porch and waits for him. I hear the car engine cut off. I continue cleaning the blades. My husband doesn't get out of the car right away, but I figured he might be on the phone, which would be a few more minutes at most. I finish cleaning the blades. He still hasn't gotten out of the car, and I don't hear the sound of him talking with anyone. I've been getting impatient for caffeine, so I walk up to his driver's side door. He isn't in the car. He didn't walk past me. He absolutely would have had to walk past me, and the dog would have made a thing of it. I go into the house. He's been in the bathroom. When he gets out, I tell him about this what-the-hell moment. He says he saw me in the cul-de-sac with the dog when he got back home. Insists that was the case. We joke that maybe I was abducted by aliens and move on. It was still very weird. Well, I don't know about aliens, but space-time portals, baby? Case file number 2415, written by Seafaring Queen. Keys, glass, and other things. I had spent the night at my girlfriend's house and was leaving in the morning. Right before I left, she handed me the key, which I very, very clearly remember. I put it in my right jeans pocket. I get a few more of my things in order and begin to head to the front door downstairs. I leave the room and reflexively reach for the key in my pocket. Not there. What? I had just put the damn thing in my pocket. I pull my pocket inside and out and pat my legs down. No key. I take the pants off, still no key. So I start looking on the floor. Maybe I dropped it? No dice. I wake up my girlfriend, and she starts looking too. Asks where I put it, and I tell her, my pocket. She then double checks all my jean pockets and pats me down. We checked the pockets so many times, there was no possible way that the key was physically in my pants. So we start basically tearing the room apart looking for this key. 15 to 20 minutes pass, and we still can't find it, after looking in practically every inch of that room. I'm feeling really frustrated at this point, and feel like I'm losing my mind because I remembered so clearly that I put it in my right pocket. The second I'm about to really lose my patience, I start to walk towards the door and suddenly feel something in my right pocket. I put my hand on top of my pocket and feel the key. It has literally magically reappeared inside my pocket. What the actual frick? I pull it out and my girlfriend and I just standing there in utter shock. This wasn't the only weird incident in that room. Once we were just talking in bed and a glass on a nightstand shattered without any cause or explanation. I've often wondered if there was some kind of dimensional portal in there, but I honestly have no clue. Case file number 2416, written by Fellwinter 12. Skyrim, bench talks, and a demonic encounter. So I know this sounds like something straight from a cheesy horror movie, but it's real and has kind of bugged me ever since. So this was about 7 years ago. I was hanging out after a Boy Scout meeting with one of my friends. It had been an hour or so after the meeting ended, and our parents were talking, so we knew we were going to be stuck there a while. It was about dusk, shortly after the streetlights had turned on, and we were sitting on a bench facing the road, probably talking about Skyrim or something, when he nudged me and gestured down the road from us. Standing there just a block or two away was a lone girl, standing in the corner, just spaced out and looking at the road. I don't remember specifically what she looked like, just that she was wearing a white dress, had long hair, and looked about 5 to 7 years old. My friend and I shared a confused glance, fully aware that this was an absurd scenario, and wondering what was going on. If this wasn't enough, a car drove around the corner in front of her, as though she wasn't there, and sure enough, when the car had passed, she was gone. We both got up and ran to see where she went. Yes, we would die if it was a horror movie. Of course, she wasn't anywhere to be seen. We did a whole ensemble of makeshift EVPs and the like, to see if we could get anything that might shed light on this weirdness. Outside of an unexplained scream and a woman's voice saying, "Come out, let's talk," on one of the recordings, we got nothing. I don't believe in ghosts, but coming from a religious background, I do believe in demons. I attribute this to a demon messing with us, and knowing that just by leaving us hanging, it would bother us forever. Case file number 2417, written by Juice. Déjà vu, Wendy's, and a candy cane from another timeline. This literally just happened, and strangely enough, I'm watching The Matrix right now, and got déjà vu of when I saw this toy in the crack of the couch we had when I was 9 or 10 years old. So I'm sitting here, eating Wendy's and watching The Matrix with my dad. It's about midnight, and he goes to bed. I have my Benjamin, and dropped it down the crack, and when I'm trying to get it out, I spotted this toy thingy that I made in a church when I was a kid. Christmas time, we took pipe cleaners and red and white beads to make little candy canes and shepherd sticks and J for Jesus when I was about 9 years old, 13 years ago. We had a different couch back then, and I got déjà vu to when I had dropped it down the crack and had to fish it out. The thing is, if I had lost it in that couch, it would be long gone. We got rid of the couch when I was 11 or 12 and got a leather couch. Even before we got that leather couch, I hadn't seen this toy, but on top of that, just 2 or 3 years ago, we got another leather couch. At this point, I didn't even remember this toy existed. How in the frick did it end up in my couch 12 years later? Because that's what happened. It was in the third couch. Case file number 2418, written by Throwaway Please 999. I forgot my beanie, but it didn't forget me. So, day of my experience. A little more context. I had this beanie that was like a koala beanie with little ears that a friend gave to me and that my live-in boyfriend at the time loved. He would always want me to wear it and would always remark how cute I looked in it. So that day, I was meeting up with an old friend. I hadn't seen her in a couple of years and she was picking me up. We live in a small town, but she lived like 25 minutes away in the middle of nowhere. She picks me up, I'm wearing my hat, we get to her house and we're chilling. Her husband is there tattooing some of his friends, and one of them says he likes my beanie. I say thanks, and take it off along with my jacket because it was hot as hell in that house. I put both of them on a stool. Me and her go outside and smoke. I get my jacket because it's cold outside, but leave the beanie on the stool. We get done in her truck and I ask her to drop me off. We're like 10 minutes away from my house when I realize I forgot my beanie. I immediately got sad and started telling her that it's because my boyfriend loves that beanie and he's going to be so sad. I ask her if I can pick it up tomorrow and she says sure. Now I get dropped off and walk inside my house. To the left, after entering, is a small hallway leading to my room. I walk in the room and the first words out of my mouth are, I forgot my beanie. He's like, I love that beanie. Sucks, but we'll get it tomorrow. In the meantime, we just relaxed. We start to head to my backyard, cross the living room, into a small hallway that leads to the backyard door, and right on the floor of that hallway is my beanie. Portals, man, they shaped the universe, I'm telling you. Case file number 2419, written by Fat Blast 42. Chased by gasoline, woken by tragedy. I was having a nightmare. In the dream, I was being chased by someone, running away. The setting was definitely in my hometown, while I currently live abroad, halfway around the globe. Eventually, in the dream, I pass by a petrol station that I know is just a few minutes away from my childhood home. Somehow, in the dream, the person chasing me is now trying to spray me with the gasoline pump and I'm still running away. Next thing I realize, I wake up, within the dream, in my bedroom, in my childhood home. My father comes into the room and tries to wake me up. He's stepping over my body towards the window. It seems like morning or daytime at least, because it's light outside. Now I wake up for real, and it's after midnight, around 1 a.m. or so, dark outside of course. And I'm in my bedroom alone, approximately 12 time zones away. I check my phone, and there's an SMS from my dad about 20 minutes prior, saying to call him. I call right away. He informs me that there's been a fire in our home, my childhood home, and my younger brother has perished. This has just happened. He was calling from outside the house while the firefighters were actively still putting out the fire. While I didn't have any missed calls on my phone screen, he said he had tried calling me numerous times. Of course, I fly back home for the funeral and to be with my family. A little bit of backstory. My brother had been suffering from a serious mental illness, and his condition was getting noticeably worse very recently. The fire itself and the fact he had died in it was suspicious. While it was bad, my parents and 2 cats did get out safely, and without much difficulty before it got bad. We didn't notice it at first, but the death certificate did categorize it as a self-ending, so our family wanted to file a complaint regarding that. The detective at the local police department addressed it, and said he couldn't discuss it over the phone, but to come in and talk. So a couple weeks after the incident, I go with my dad to the local police station to collect personal effects from my brother, and to ask about that. The detective informs us that it was indeed ruled a self-ending, no mistake about it. He had used a small gasoline container for our lawnmower to pour on himself and a pile of clothes he was sitting on to start the fire and end. Very sad situation and unfortunate. Though there was no cure for his condition and no hope to ever improve either, so We pray he is at peace and is in a better place now. Knowing all this, there's an obvious connection with my dream about gasoline involved in the dream when the fire happened, and also that my dad was trying to reach me in the dream and in real life at approximately the exact same time. Based on the timestamp from home doorbell video footage that day, the timing of the fire and my dream lines up almost exactly. Even months later, I still remember the dream very accurately, and I never had a dream like that before. You know, I keep telling people that our dreams, they're not just fictions created by our mind to try to organize our memories. Well, they can be that, but not just that. Sometimes we connect with the beyond, but I'm sorry for your loss. Case file number 2420, written by Hopeful Expressions. A warning from nowhere. This happened a long time ago now. Me and Joe were driving down a busy street late one night, like 1 a.m., coming up on a four-way intersection where the stoplights were flashing. We had flashing yellow and the other direction was red. Off to our right, we could see another car coming from a good block away, and I say, "I don't think that guy's going to stop." Joe says, "That guy's not going to stop." As we had this conversation, I come to a stop at the intersection as the other car blows through the red light. We both say, "He didn't stop." Yes, looking back, our conversation was rather odd. Then we continue on our way to the restaurant. The next night, we're doing the exact same thing, going down the exact same route, and it occurs to me and Joe, we shouldn't have been able to see that car last night. All those houses are in the way. You see, we're driving through a mostly residential neighborhood with fences and not any large gaps between the houses. For years, every time I drove through that intersection, I tried to figure out exactly how we saw the other car that night, and it's impossible. You can't even see the headlights because of all the trees. Someone was watching over us that day. Yes, they were. Case file number 2421, written by Anonymous. One pendant, two mysteries. A couple years ago, in the fall of 2022, I was sitting in my living room on the couch with my then 3-year-old son playing with him, and I looked down to find my solid gold pendant that should have been on my necklace on the floor between my feet. I picked it up and instantly reached for my gold chain necklace, which I assumed had broken. It did not. It was still around my neck, clasp intact. So I inspected the pendant, and it was also intact. The pendant was a gift from my father. He bought it for me when I was 14 and took us on a Holy Land tour, which included Egypt. It's a standard gold pendant with my name in hieroglyphics. I'm now 36, but I was 34 when it happened. I wear this thing all the time. I'm wearing it right now. At the time, I'd been wearing it for over a week. I inspected every bit of the chain and pendant, and nothing was bent, broken, or dislodged. The ring around the top of the pendant is a solid gold ring, and cannot be separated unless you clip the gold or melt it. I took it to the jeweler, and they found nothing wrong with the necklace or pendant. I've been wearing it almost every day since, and it's not happened again. I fiddle with it every now and again just to test it. I don't know. Help. I'm losing my mind over this. It was so bizarre. There's no logical explanation for how it unbrokenly jumped off my unbroken chain that was clasped around my neck, on my person, and onto the floor at my feet. I would also like to say that the chain is short, maybe 16 inches, so it sits right under my collarbone. I just don't know. That same house that we no longer live in, we bought one, never felt haunted or creepy, but one day I was in the shower, door closed and locked, because our 3-year-old would have tried to get in with me. Kids, am I right? Shower door made of glass. I take a quick shower and open the sliding door to step out, and there's a very clear, very obvious wet footprint going in towards the shower. I did not step out of the shower before noticing the footprint, but if I had, there would have been a footprint heading out of the shower, not into the shower. I haven't ever experienced anything like it before or since. I don't know if it was a house or if I'm losing my mind. Case file number 2422, written by Duft Pank 48. The Great Wooden Heirloom. Growing up, my extended family spent a significant amount of time traveling overseas, and they would bring back suitcases of treasures as gifts for those of us back home. These items have become somewhat of family heirlooms, several of which are on display in our homes. During the spring of 22, my mother and I were inside talking when we saw the forecast for that night, predicting a storm. My mom had a patio garden in our backyard, which contained one of such previously mentioned heirlooms, a handmade wooden carving of a man's head and neck. She had placed it outside the week before when she was decorating. Wanting to ensure the preservation of this wooden statuette, I told my mother that I would bring it inside. She replied that it was not necessary and it would not be damaged due to the awning overhead. I, however, insisted on bringing the wooden carving inside indoors and placed it upon the mantel above the fireplace, listing termites, the patio flooding, and mold as some of my reasons for doing so. Since it did not matter much to my mom where the statue was, she agreed to keep it indoors. Fast forward to the next day, after the storm had passed. I was sitting on the couch and watching TV when I decided to get a book off the shelf next to the mantel. As I neared the bookshelf and the statuette, I noticed immediately that something was off, and the statue was a shade darker than I remember from the day before. Upon further inspection, I found that the carving was not only a darker shade, but was now fully carved out of stone, with no wood to speak of. Alarmed, I asked my mom what happened to the wooden statue, and she said it's always been stone. This makes absolutely no sense to me for two reasons. First, I would not have brought the statue indoors to keep it out of the rain if it had been stone originally, since the termites, mold, and water issues would have never come up in the first place. Second, who in their right mind would pack a 30-pound stone statue in a suitcase for a flight with other items? As someone who travels regularly, I pack light because of baggage weight limits and for ease of movement. To this day, I have no answers to this glitch. We have two other wooden head carvings that were unaffected by the glitch and remain wooden, and my mom does not seem to remember the stone statue being wooden. It remains stone to this day. Probably quantum immortality. Perhaps you perished in the storm, so in your originating universe it could have been one hell of a storm. Case file number 2423, written by Allison's Place. Extra donuts, extra dimensions. I got a grocery delivery and grabbed most of the bags, but left a couple on the porch. I distinctly made the choice to leave them, because the bags I grabbed were already heavy. I decided I would really quickly unload these ones into the freezer and fridge. The two bags left I didn't need, and then go grab them quickly. I unloaded, went back to the porch, and the bags were gone. I was kind of angry, thinking someone came and grabbed them, but I have cameras and they're obvious. So I finished putting things away, then grabbed my phone to see what was missing. Nothing is missing, it's all there, including an extra thing of mini donuts I got as a treat. Bonus donuts. But I know I left two bags outside. Except now my memory is changing. Now I'm seeing myself grabbing those bags as well. But I know I left them. I operated as if I had left them. It's freaking me out a little that my brain is giving me conflicting information. I hope to all the powers that be that if I switch timelines, this is a better one than the one I left. Usually they're all pretty similar, but it is curious that your memories are even being joined together, fused together. My guess is, every unique person is indeed unique, but when a soul transfers in, there's a melding, a blending that occurs, including memories. So your memories are literally slowly adjusting. I don't think either will be replaced. You'll have both, but they'll kind of blend together. Could be very trippy. Case file number 2424, written by D. Bianco. A smile, a coat, a moment. I was sitting in a cafe one morning, facing the front windows. The cafe was below the street level, so when you sat at the bench by the window, you were looking up at the people passing. Big windows, too. Fun time just sitting there with your face at knee level to passers-by. A man was walking down the sidewalk. Youngish, vibrant, energetic. He looked down and met my eye. I had a completely uplifting feeling. I thought, this guy has amazingly positive energy. He had light brown skin, like maybe he was mixed race? And he was wearing a kind of 3/4 coat. I remember the coat because it's quite an unusual choice in my city. He looked great. Anyhow, I broke into a smile just looking at him. He stepped behind a pylon or post or something and he disappeared. I thought he was a prankster and was kidding around with me. So I waited, thinking he'd reappear. We'd made eye contact accidentally, and he seemed fun. A few beats later, still no guy. Now, the only way he could do that in real life is to either drop to his belly and serpentine along the street below the windows, which would take some skill because the windows reached down to his calves, sunken cafe, big windows. Or grab his coat and wrap it tight around himself and back across the street, at such an angle the post would contribute to hide him until he reached the door of a single house where he let himself in, all without a single elbow or coat flap ever sticking out. There was no way he could walk forwards or back along the street without me seeing. No way. I had a huge view of that street. I owned that street that morning. It was a bright, clear day, and it was brunch time, and I was sober. And there was no way that coat would suddenly stop flaring if he was still walking. I was there with my then boyfriend, so I said, "Did you see where that guy went?" But people on their phones, you know. The boyfriend hasn't even seen him. I literally examined the street for evidence when he left. I definitely saw that guy, and he was definitely gone without a trace. I still think about that guy all the damn time. I really liked him. Case file number 2425, written by Elrich Eoric. When a Ouija board knows too much. When I was in the Air Force, I went off base with my roommate. Unbeknownst to me, some of my other friends in my dorm had pulled out a Ouija board. They had connected with a spirit and asked a couple of questions. However, the group didn't trust that someone wasn't pushing the planchette around. My good buddy, Lewis, asked the question of the spirit, "Where is Elrich Eoric?" Lewis was the only one that knew I was off base, so he would know if someone was pushing the planchette around, forcing an answer. The planchette moves around the board giving 4 numbers. The group was confused as they thought about what the 4 numbers could be. While they discussed what the 4 numbers could mean, one of the guys I was observing, named Newberry, said, "Hey, I'm going to head up to get some drinks from my room." As he was heading out of the door, he realized, "Oh, those 4 numbers is the same as my room number." Everyone joked about me being in Newberry's room trying on his underwear or something. Newberry left their first floor room to head up 2 flights of stairs to the 3rd floor to get to his room. I had just gotten back from my night out. It was still kind of early, for a Saturday night. I stopped at the front CQ to check in, talked to some other friends, and made my way back to my dorm room. As my roommate unlocked our door, I noticed my neighboring dorm mate's light was on. Light was showing under his door. I knocked on his door and called out his name. "Hey, Newberry!" My roommate realized Newberry wasn't answering and said, "He's asleep." I don't know what got in me, but I had to see him, so I knocked again. "Hey, Newberry, open up!" Right then, from down the hall, I hear Newberry's voice yell, "What the frick?" At the end of the hall is an emergency staircase. That is the back way of getting down to the 1st floor if we're in a hurry. Newberry said, "What the frick?" at least 2 more times, as he walked up to me standing in front of his door. He told me, "Elrich Eoric, don't move." He unlocked his door, went into his room, grabbed some soda, and said, "Holy crap," with excitement as he closed and locked his door. He grabbed me by the shoulder and said, "Come on." We quickly went back to the emergency stairwell, down 2 flights of stairs and across the room, where my buddies were sitting around the Ouija board. Newberry knocked and slowly opened the door, keeping me back, so they couldn't see me. He entered the room saying, "You ain't gonna believe this," and pulled me into the room. My friends were looking at me like they'd just seen a ghost. Before anyone could say anything, Newberry said out loud, "He was standing in front of my door." Whatever force was interacting with the Ouija board definitely had information you guys didn't. That's pretty cool. But a bit dangerous. Case file number 2426, written by Iggy. A test, a twin, or a trick of the mind. This happened to me years ago when I was maybe 17. I told my family and a few friends, but never thought to post about it until now. For context, it all happened in the Ottawa Valley in Ontario, Canada. Leading up to the big event, I had been experiencing some pretty heavy déjà vu. It had been off and on for years, but for the past couple of months, it became daily. The day it happened was a Sunday, and we were packing up the cottage to go home. It was getting ready to rain, so the sky was dark and cloudy. Most of the other campers had already left the park, so it was like a ghost town. I decided to take my dog for a little walk down to the lake before we leave. Nothing feels off, other than a bit of worry I might get caught in a downpour. I take him to the lake, maybe a 5-minute walk, and let him swim for a few minutes. When I decided it's time to head back, I turn, and my youngest sister runs out in front of me. She was maybe 8 or 9, too young to be running around a trailer park alone. She was dressed in the same clothing as my sister that day, an old hand-me-down shirt. Being a brooding teen, I yell at her to get back to the cottage. This kid said nothing, gave me a sickly sweet smile, and ran off. There was another cottage beside me, so I couldn't see her leave towards ours. I think nothing of it, letting my dog finish sniffing before leaving myself. I left maybe a minute later, and there's a soccer field between the lake and our cottage. If she went back, I should have seen her running across the field, but I assume she ran fast. I get back and tell my parents my sister had been running around the park alone. She was sitting on the couch doing a puzzle, glaring at me. She was also doing the puzzle when I left, but I didn't notice at the time. My dad, 5 feet away doing dishes, said he hadn't seen her move the entire time. My mother, collecting laundry, confirmed this. Even running, the journey to the lake would take a couple minutes. She stopped to look at me, then ran back, but she wasn't out of breath when I returned. If she ran back and sat down, she'd be huffing and puffing, and my dad would have noticed. Some say it was a kid who looked similar, but it was her exact clothing and features. Or maybe your parents didn't notice, but it's hard to miss a child missing or returning. She was out of shape, so running would leave her breathless, yet she looked fine. After this, all that déjà vu stopped completely for about 3 years. It's now coming back, but only every couple months if that. It's been haunting me, like what if I followed her, or was kind instead of yelling? I often think of the yelling as a big regret, a turning point in my teen years. Looking back, it kinda seems like a test, as the weird phenomena stopped after. Thinking of it as a test is interesting, much like the Lady of the Lake guarding Excalibur. So what was this guarding? Case file number 2427, written by Tivani, The Wolf on My Bed. The most unexplainable thing that happened to me was definitely when I was a kid. I used to sleep in a big bed between my dad and my older sister, and I'm laying with my legs bent to the side, facing up, and my dad said to put the covers over my head and go to sleep. Being a rambunctious, definitely not sleepy little kid, I started messing around, moving the sheet up and down over my head, thinking I was such a little rebel, I wasn't going to fall asleep yet. Until I pulled the covers down one more time and see a dog standing on the bed, growling down at me. I can feel its feet over the top of my legs where they're bent to the side too. I was terrified of wolves at the time, and this is what I thought it was. So I put the covers back over my head and very, very slowly slid my legs out from underneath this thing. The only solution I had was to go to hell to sleep. The dog or wolf or whatever it was didn't bother me after that, and I clocked out in good time. Doesn't make any sense because we didn't own a dog at the time, and it didn't wake my dad or my sister at all. My antics were one thing, but the fact that a dog, growling, didn't bother them, but I heard and saw and felt this thing as real as life was just nothing I can begin to explain. Never had anything like it since. Dad's had stories of having a telepathic connection with my mom, had a prophetic vision that helped change our futures, and my sisters had what we can only guess is a form of clairaudience. But those aren't my stories, and this is the only one I really have. But it's unexplainable. Case file number 2428, written by Absolute Grief. Pudding Pop takes a leap of faith. Last night, my wife and I were going to sleep a few minutes past midnight. We have no kids, no pets. We are the only people in the house. We had washed our bed sheets and duvet earlier in the evening, and had put the fresh bedding on right before bed. My wife has a stuffed animal possum from when she was younger, named Pudding Pop. He usually is just plopped down at the end of the bed, or sometimes down on the floor when he rolls off the bed. Occasionally, she'll cuddle up with it when we're going to sleep. While falling asleep, we're laying there talking. I'm spooning her with my arm over her, with my arm and head the only parts of my body outside of the covers. As our conversation is trailing off, as we're getting sleepy, I say something like, "Where's Pudding Pop? Did we put him back on the bed after making it?" She just responds she isn't sure, and then we're quiet for a few minutes. Maybe 3 minutes go by, and Pudding Pop suddenly lands on my arm, which is slung over my wife, as we're all cuddled up. He's stuffed with the material inside Beanie Babies, and he makes the distinct plop sound, like if you were to drop a Beanie Baby down on the table. A very audible sound. Our eyes both shoot open immediately. Did you just drop Pudding Pop down on me somehow? No, how could I have? She responds. She was completely under the covers other than her head. She is immediately freaked out. The stuffed animal came down on me hard enough for her to feel it through the covers and to jolt us both up. We have no bedside table by the bed, nothing at all that he could have fallen off of. Our bed is essentially just against the wall in the middle of the room. I have no real explanation of where he came from, how he dropped down on top of us, or anything. Very bizarre, and I found it very hard to fall asleep for the next hour. For only an hour after that. I probably wouldn't get any sleep at all the entire night, at least. Case file number 2429, written by Scorpio Ogre. La Leorana wanted my burger, and maybe my soul. I grew up in the state, New Mexico. This place has always had more than its fair share of spooky stuff, from Roswell to Route 66, name now changed. It wouldn't be hard to find someone who had an encounter of sorts. So growing up, I lived with my mother and my babysitter in a place called the South Valley. The reasons for this and the subsequent events that followed are another horror story unto itself. The babysitter had her 2 adult kids and 3 grandkids there too. One of them was named Dustin. Now this guy was a metalhead in all senses of the word. We're talking 80s Iron Maiden, Metallica, all the big names are fresh to the scene. Bullying and fights for being a metalhead was an everyday occurrence for this dude. May seem unimportant, but this dude wasn't scared of crap. I was 10 or 11 at the time. We'd go out and get food from the local fast food joints nearby regularly. Our road went right over an old mud arroyo, ditch. You could just continue straight or walk along the dirt path besides the arroyo. This path would lead back to the backside of Burger King and besides the landlord's house. Unless we really wanted Burger King, we'd avoid this route for 2 reasons. 1, because the landlord was always watching out of his window. And 2, due there being a small irrigation bridge for the family down the road, you could walk on the bridge if you wanted to. It was just a foot in front of a foot while holding onto the rail. That was the kind of walk it was. Slip and you'll go in. One night we wanted Burger King, so we went. It's about 9:40-ish p.m. He wanted to go at closing because they'd hook us up with more food. With him being my senior by 7 years, I figured he knew what was best. We got our food, 2 bags each, and decided to go back via the bridge path since it was shorter. Now in the valley, we'd get blue moons, a full moon that made the whole place look blue. That night was one. Dustin crossed first, then me. He was about 5 feet ahead of me. We heard something splash, and he turned to look if it was me. I see him go white, full-fledged panic mode. All he says is, "Run!" Then he drops the food and bolts. The South Valley was known to be a rough area. I figured he'd seen someone behind me that was gonna mug us or something. I hurry, my foot slips in the water. I regain myself and get on the dirt path, running to catch him. I'm about where he was initially when I turn back to look. All I can see is a bright white light on the bridge. Now I know it ain't no bicycle, nor can it be someone with a flashlight. Too steady and fast. My turn to drop food and run like hell. I catch up to Dustin and we get inside the house. I dive on the couch in the living room and he goes to his room. About 10 minutes later, someone is pounding on the door. I'm freaking out. The oldest kid goes and answers it. The landlord, Ray, is standing there in his underwear, angry as can be. He swears that Dustin was looking in his bedroom window. He knows it was him because the person had long hair. He goes on to say he was holding a flashlight to illuminate himself, so he could try and scare Ray and his wife by moaning and crying. Ryan, oldest kid, said he'd deal with it. Closed door and said, "What the hell do you guys do?" Tried to explain. He just said, "Ditch witch, La Llorona almost got you." I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Never walked that bridge again. So that's it. I know it's a hell of a read. For anybody curious about the location, on Google Maps, you want the intersection of Tobacco Road and Isleta Boulevard in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Head east up Tobacco. About halfway there is the Arroyo on both sides. The bridge side is to your left if you're facing east. Not the absolute clearest shot, but you can see what I described. Well, if you're ever running away from something, and you're so terrified that you drop your food, well, that's when I know, that's when it hits me very hard, because dropping food, whoa. Case file number 2430, written by Dreaming with Jeff. I thought he was just another guest. When I was younger, my parents used to host family gatherings around the holidays. It was all sorts of extended family, as well as the immediate family. It wasn't really uncommon for people that I had never met to show up. When I was like 6 or 7, I remember noticing this guy for the first time. He looked like he was close to my dad's age, which would have made him close to 50, if not 50-something. He was pretty short and kind of stocky, and he had these thick frames 50s-style glasses. Even as a kid, I noticed this guy never seemed to engage with anyone. He kinda just ambled around and smiled, like he was taking everything in and appreciated the gathering. I remember being really comforted by his presence for some reason. He kept showing up after that from time to time, but I still don't remember him talking to anyone. Though I do have a vague memory of him sitting with my dad and granddad on the couch, while the two of them talked, and the guy smiled at me. Around the time I was 10, we stopped having those sorts of gatherings because of some financial issues. I'd kind of forgotten about the guy until I turned 18 and was getting ready to graduate high school. I asked my dad if he would mind inviting some of the extended family to my graduation, and for some reason I brought up the guy. My dad looked puzzled. When he asked me who I meant, I gave him a brief description, and he turned white. He grabbed a photo album and showed me a picture and asked me if this was who I was talking about. I said, yeah, that's him. And my dad started freaking out. The picture was of my great-grandfather, who died in the mid-60s. I don't know exactly what happened, but my parents and grandparents are convinced I saw his ghost coming to visit to check up on the family. I'm not really a believer in the supernatural, but I don't really have a solid excuse for this story, unless maybe I dreamt parts of it. I don't think it was a dream. Case file number 2431, written by DebZone1, The Human GPS. I've had a few experiences where I was going to an unknown place and ended up where I needed to be. These were both way before GPS and cell phones. One was pretty basic, not spooky but cool. My mom and I are driving from Kansas to Edmond, Oklahoma. Neither of us had ever been there. We got to a sign that says the next however many exits were Edmond. I said, "It's this one," and took one. Then I made a few turns, and there was her apartment complex. We drove right to her door with no directions. The second was even cooler. I was 16 when my mom decided she wanted to find her older brother, who she hadn't seen for over a decade. He traveled with a carnival, had done so for about 30 years. My mom invites her sister, and we set off for his last known address, which was just Andalusia, Alabama. We're traveling again from Kansas, and we got maps from AAA. This is 1977. We set out, and about 6 hours into the drive it becomes clear that 16-year-old me is going to be the sole driver and navigator. We spend the night somewhere, Kentucky I think, and we get to Alabama the next night. By the time we get to this small city, it is pouring down rain and pitch black. And remember, we have no address other than Andalusia. My mom and aunt say, "It's up to you, honey." And I say, "We're going this way." And soon pull up in the pouring rain to a mostly dark building, which turns out to be a bed and breakfast. We tell the lady, the owner it turns out, about our quest, and she says, "I know Bill, but he and his family moved to Florida about 6 weeks ago. I'll see if I can get some more information in the morning." In the morning, she got us an address from somebody. It was in Bradenton, Florida, which was another 16-hour drive. My mom and I looked at each other, and she said, "Might as well," and so we did. I've always been thankful for whatever guided me to that lady, who randomly knew my Uncle Bill, the carnival mechanic. That is so cool, and no pressure, right? When your mom and aunt say it's all on you. The great celestial navigator. You're like the navigators in Warhammer 40k. You have the third eye. Just remember your Gellerfield. Case file number 2432, written by Anonymous. Cigarette ashes and cold chills. My grandmother, who I was very close with, passed away in September of 2017. She lived just outside a small Texas town on 5 acres of land, a very rural area in general. While my family was dealing with probating her will and disbursing the estate, I stayed overnight at her house on several occasions by myself. This was a place that is very clear to me, and I wanted to have as much time with it before my family did away with it. On this given occasion, I arrived after the sun had set. I unlocked the doors, walked in the house, and turned on the lights like I normally would. This time was different, though. I was immediately hit with an overwhelming feeling that something was wrong, and there was some sort of presence I was sensing, a literal sixth sense moment. I just knew I was not alone, and I cannot explain it any other way. I could feel it in my bones. I was very uneasy, and I am typically not a chicken crab. I had stayed out there all by myself on plenty of occasions in the pitch-black night, but had never felt this way. It was a feeling of utter fright that I haven't experienced since. And of all the times I did not have a firearm with me, it was this one. Either way, I decided to get the hell out of there after being there for maybe 10 minutes, as the feeling of fright would not subside. Nonetheless, nothing escalated past what I was feeling. This occurred on a Saturday. My father called me the following Monday to verify that I had been at the house over the weekend, because our realtor had come to the property that Monday morning to prep for a showing and found cigarette ashes all over the kitchen counters. I know for a fact there was no cigarette ash on the counters when I was there. Additionally, nobody in our extended family smoked, so even if someone had stopped by in the meantime, the ashes wouldn't be from someone we knew. I am nearly certain I was not alone in that house. Whether the presence was from a physical human or my grandmother trying to communicate with me from another dimension is up for debate. I am a believer in the supernatural, and I'm sure people have communicated with dead loved ones. However, the cigarette ashes tend to have me think it is the former. I'm just glad I trusted my gut and got the hell out of there. I never stepped foot inside that house again. Yeah, it probably was a human being, but keep in mind, spirits have been known to physically materialize stuff, real matter, like money or even water droplets. So, ashes? Not impossible. Case file number 2433, written by Iggy. Aisle by aisle, we searched. So back during COVID, maybe 2022, I was with my family on our bi-weekly grocery trip. We live a half hour from town, so we make a night of shopping, out for dinner and all that. Anyway, we were at our last stop of the night, Walmart. My mom always takes her time in the produce section, so my 16-year-old sister and I decide to look at the clothing. We stay there for maybe 10 or 15 minutes and realize we still haven't seen our parents come to the cash. We'd be able to see this as the clothing section is right in front of the cash in this location. We decided to find them and see how much longer they'll be, as we're both getting tired of shopping. So we go to the produce section where they should be. We don't find them, so we backtrack through the aisles thinking they forgot something. This normally works, it's a big store, but we know it by heart since I was a baby. We do a full lap around the store and turn up without them. There aren't that many people in the store because of how late it is, so we should have no problem picking them out. We start our second lap. Maybe they were in between the aisles and we missed them the first time, right? Well, then we start to notice foreign language. People around us are speaking something other than English. This is super uncommon for the area. It's a small town and not many tourists stop there. We started noticing that not a single person was speaking English. Every person, every family we passed was speaking something we didn't understand. So as we walk, my sister and I are nervously joking about not understanding anyone. We complete a second lap, and by this point, we're getting worried they've already left the store. But as we near the produce section for the third time, we finally find them. They were basically where we left them originally. We ran up to them, happy to see familiar faces, saying how we couldn't find them before. Well, my mom says they've been in the produce section the entire time. I swear we checked the damn produce section twice and they were not there before. Even weirder, once we found them, it seemed like everyone started speaking English again. I didn't hear another foreign language that night. So either my parents and youngest sister are really good at hiding in plain sight, and there was some foreign tour bus that pulled into the small town Walmart at 10 p.m., or something weird happened. Yeah, intersection with a different universe is my guess, one that's quite far away, where the dominant language in that area is not English. Case file number 2434, written by B. Santa. The Key, the Ghost, and Two Dumb Kids. When I was around 10, I spent a lot of time at my friend's house. It was an older townhome built in the late 1800s, and pretty much every door had those old knobs and skeleton key locks. All of the original keys had been lost as far as we knew, so we never cared about them. We were playing hide and seek one night during a sleepover, and I hid in the basement, behind the old water heater. This was in a small cubby space, besides the stairs. We used to spend a lot of time in that little space because, unfortunately, her mother was an alcoholic, and would get into violent fights with her boyfriend while we were home. It was our favorite hiding place. While I sat back there waiting to be found, I saw something poking out from under a piece of broken wall panel and pulled it out. It was an old skeleton key. We stopped our game and immediately set out to find whatever it unlocked. It didn't work on any of the doors in the house, so we tucked it away into our trinket box and went to bed. That night, neither of us slept well. We both had nightmares, and she swore up and down that she saw someone sitting in her rocking chair when she woke up in the middle of the night. The house was haunted as hell anyway. I have tons of stories from that place. But things seemed completely different that night. We were dumb kids, so we kept that key for a few weeks. She continued to have a lot of sleepless nights and nightmares during that time. I had them too if I stayed the night, but when I was home, I was perfectly fine. I can't remember how we decided on it, but one evening, while we were alone, we decided to set the key on the bottom stair going up to the attic as bait. We were going to close the door, open it really fast, and try to get a picture of a ghost. She was convinced that the ghost she saw in her room lived in the attic, and we were dumb 10-year-old kids, so frick it, why not try? We opened the door and set the key down. She took a control picture of the key, sitting right on the step, and we closed the door. When we tried to open it again, it would not open. Both of us pulled on the door with all of our little kid strength, but it would not budge. This went on for a few minutes, no clue how long, before the door finally opened. and the key was completely gone. We searched the stairs for almost an hour before we finally gave up. That night, we slept like babies. All of her nightmares went away, and she never mentioned seeing anything in a rocking chair again. As adults, we both rationalized that the other was pushing the door shut to scare us, and that one of us had actually hidden the key. We talked about it after we had both graduated high school, and were shocked to be told that no, it wasn't a prank by either of us. Still have no idea what happened that day, and neither of us ever saw that key again. Now this might be the best example of a cursed item that I've ever heard. Case file number 2435, written by MMCC 11. The house that came with a free mystery. My dad bought a house in 1965 for what he says was a steal at the time. It was built around 1920s and was huge, about 4,200 square feet in the West Hills. Yes, like the Everclear song. With an amazing view, right below the Pittock Mansion. He never knew why it was so cheap, but didn't ask too many questions. House was great except for the basement that would flood in the winter with rainwater. His first marriage ended in early 70s, and he remained single for a few years. During this time, he claims that the FBI came to the house and asked him some questions about the basement. He told me they said a woman was found in the garage just before he bought it. They assumed a self-deletion, and he thought this must be why the house was cheap. He told them it was empty when he moved in. He let them in and they searched the basement. He recalls they wouldn't tell him much, but the neighbors told him previous owners were involved in mischief, with lots of parties, fancy cars coming and going at all hours, and they would hang out at Henry Thiel's, a local restaurant. More on that in a moment. He married my mother in 1974, having me and my brother. In high school, I remember some men coming and saying something about Henry Thiel's being torn down, and they wanted to look in the basement again. They said they were FBI. My parents let them and explained it had been remodeled to fix the water issue. I left to go somewhere and didn't know what else they talked about. I never really thought about it again until years later. As I was growing up, my dad's 4 other kids were much older than me and moved out, while I was still very little. They were going to college, etc. His 2 boys sometimes stayed with us in summers, the girls did not. Mom and I always assumed the girls didn't like us. In the 80s, when I was about 10, my mom started having dreams about a shadowy male that would hover over her at night. She would wake up and it would still be there. She'd scream, fight, swing at it, and it would still not go away until my dad woke up. She would crawl to the foot of the bed and would follow her, keeping its face to hers, and disappear once my dad sat up. Side note, the floor plan of the house was very interesting with a master's wing. A single door led to a hallway with a separate sitting room, bathroom, and bedroom. The small hallway could be locked as well as reach the 3 rooms. The garage shared a wall along the master bedroom. A windowless attic above the garage shared a wall with 2 bedrooms upstairs. My parents discovered that if the door leading to the hallway was locked and the master bedroom at the end of the hall was locked, she would not have this dream. My dad tested this on occasion, sometimes purposefully and sometimes accidentally. They both swear 100% of the time, if just one door was left unlocked at any time before morning, she would have the experience. It had to remain locked when someone left the room, opened very briefly, to go down the short hallway to the bathroom at night, being locked behind them as they left with a key. The key could not remain in the door lock. And yes, of course, they were old-fashioned style keys. My extremely pacifist father also began keeping an axe under his side of the bed. Through the 80s, my mom went back to work and hired live-in nannies, who happened to be women. They would never work for us long. Their reasons were vague, but always about the creepy house. We assumed they were being nice as my brother needed special care, and was extremely challenging, and assumed they didn't want to say mean things about him. When I was a teenager, with this habit well established of locking doors, my aunt came to stay with us after having surgery. One morning, she apologized to my mom about how she must have woken up the entire house. She recounted the exact same experience. She awoke to a dark figure that she was absolutely sure was male, hovering above her. It remained there and didn't leave until she was exhausted from screaming. The guest room she stayed in bordered the garage. She had the experience every night until she left and never did again after that. As adults, my sisters and I became friends. Years ago, me in my 30s and one of my sisters in her 40s were having drinks, talking about the good old days, and I told her about the experience, as it had been shared with me over the years by women on my mom's side. I will never forget her face. She kept looking at her husband and back at me while I told her what I heard. When I was done, with a very pale face, she recounted her own stories. She told me how her mom had the same experience, and some other nights, her mom used to put tape under the chairs in the dining room at night with numbers written on them. She would check the chairs and find them out of order. She would reorganize them and find them moved the next day. The chairs were not scattered, just reorganized, but still tucked in. Children didn't play in the dining room, and claimed to have never moved the chairs. My sister told me of her own shadow man story. She and her sister had the exact same experience. Her husband couldn't believe it either, as she had told him, and it was why they would never visit Dad and stay at that house until he retired and moved. Her husband always assumed it was some teenage nightmares and nonsense. The bedroom the sisters shared bordered the upstairs attic part of the garage. A small, almost half door led from the attic over the garage into the bathroom. The bathroom had two doors, one to the hallway and the nanny's room and guest room, and another to the sisters' bedroom. If the bathroom door or bedroom door was left unlocked, they would see the shadow man. A few years back, my wife and I were in Portland and decided to go by the old house. I knocked on the door and the owner answered and was nice enough to let us see the house. They had remodeled and she very nicely toured us through the entire home. And they did a lot of work. She seemed to enjoy showing it off. Eventually, we went upstairs and the small upstairs door to the garage attic was gone, a solid wall in its place. I tapped the wall and asked, "How do you get to the attic?" And the woman looked at me confused. I told her, "There's a hallway behind this wall. It goes over to the master bedroom, and into the attic and into the garage. The room is a good 20 by 30 feet. You can't miss it." She insisted there was no room. I assured her there was and told her how my brother and I would play in there and keep our Christmas stuff, old clothes and furniture. She got very skittish and then told us she needed to get going, so we'd have to go. We were hurried out. She was very polite, but clearly didn't want to keep talking. When we left, I looked up and you could see the hallway leading to the garage was still there from the outside. The siding of the house was clearly laid out for a hallway and a large room connected to the garage. It was easily 600, 700 square feet of hall and attic that they had walled off, and I can only assume it was to end the experience, or shadow man, as people called it. I'd really like to go back and see if anyone else had had any weird experiences. I would say I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe there is something very strange in that house in particular. I looked on Zillow, and it changed hands again. I wonder if anyone will discover and reopen the attic. It is obviously there. This almost has Jumanji vibes. Obviously no board game or magic involved, but it's just an old house that has so much history to it. But the Shadow Man doesn't appear to obey the typical non-laws of locality that other ghosts or spirits do, or he seems to be confined by physical matter. He can't break through a locked door. Very curious. Case file number 2436, written by Wally Plumstead. Humpty Dumpty fell into my nightmare. As a kid, various relatives used to take me on trips, zoos, museums, amusement parks, movies, etc. One of these trips, my grandfather took us kids to the movies. Now, these old movie houses date back to the days when they had live stage entertainment, vaudeville. This old theater my grandfather took us to had an orchestra pit, even though it's never been used in decades, seeing as how vaudeville has been dead all that time. I was following my grandfather in the area between the front row seats and the orchestra pit, when just out of curiosity, I peeked into the orchestra pit. There was no floor. One could see into the basement. But on the basement floor was, well, You ever heard of the old Humpty Dumpty poem? Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, etc. On the floor of the basement was a large, human-sized egg with a happy face painted on its shell. It had arms and legs. It was on its back, flailing its arms and legs as if it were trying to stand up but couldn't, due to its egg shape. I looked away at my grandfather for a second, then looked back into the orchestra pit. This time, the painted expression on its face changed. Now the painted expression was one of grief and frustration. The eyes were closed, and the mouth was in a grimace. I looked away for a brief second or so, and then looked back into the orchestra pit. This time there was no egg, just the bare floor of the basement. I looked away again, just for a few seconds. I guess looking to tell someone what I saw, but then looked back into the orchestra pit. This time the orchestra pit floor was there. I couldn't see into the basement anymore. The orchestra pit floor had only a small handful of wooden folding chairs on it, nothing else. As the years passed and I was going to the movies on my own, sometimes I went to that very theater again. Each and every time I did, before the movie started, I'd go take a look into the orchestra pit, but I never saw anything like that again, just a plain old floor. Now normally I would say you're peering into a different reality, but what the hell kind of Hellraiser nightmare reality are you peering into there? That's like Thanos with the reality stones turning the Guardians of the Angels into spaghetti and crap. That's crazy. Case file number 2437, written by Prestigious Zombie 726, licensed to chill. A few weeks ago, I traded in my old car at a dealership in Tennessee. It had been with me for years, but I decided it was time for a new one. I did all the paperwork, handed over the keys, and drove away in my new car. I felt a bit sad, but also excited for a fresh start. A week later, after moving to Virginia, I went to visit a church for the first time. I parked my new car, got out, and stopped in my tracks. Right next to my car was my old car? Same make, same model, color, and even the same little dent on the back. I could not believe it. I walked around to make sure I was not imagining things. The only difference was the new license plate. I looked inside through the window and saw the same little scratch on the dashboard. It was definitely my old car. I stood there, feeling weirdly connected and a bit freaked out. Out of all the places it could be, my old car had ended up parked right next to my new one in a completely different state. I never found out who the new owner was, but it felt like my old car had followed me. It was like a strange coincidence, almost like the car was not ready to say goodbye just yet. I still think about it sometimes, wondering what the chances were of that happening. Extraordinarily low. Case file number 2438, written by Argama Witch, a sharp mystery. So I have these pair of Farberware kitchen scissors, meant for cutting bone, but mostly used for plastic food packaging. They are black, thick handles and blades. It has a red piece in the center, plastic to tighten or loosen the blades. There's also two metal pieces between the handles for, I'm not sure, but I like to squeeze my finger pad between them as they didn't touch so it never pinched. I don't know why I did this, maybe I'm just dumb. They weren't great, came with the knife block, but I use them often for various cutting tasks in the kitchen. One day, I need to open a bag of rice, so I grabbed the scissors, and these weren't my scissors. Although they still had black handles, they were thin, no red weird gap, and labeled KitchenAid. Huh? I never used or seen these before. They felt odd in my hand and unfamiliar. I looked around for the old pair and couldn't find them, even in the trash, nothing. I go to my husband and ask him where the scissors are. He says, where I found the KitchenAid pair. I asked him if he remembered what our scissors looked like, and he described the Farberware scissors. I told him that wasn't what we had. He didn't believe me at first, but went to the kitchen and there they were. He said this must be from our knife block. It was, I guess, our knife block was KitchenAid, and I remember we did get a new knife block when we moved in 5 years ago. However, this was bamboo, and I'm a everything needs to be black, like my soul, gal, so even that looked foreign to me. He said the other pair was probably from the old apartment and left behind. But why, for active use for 5 years, neither he nor I have memory of these new scissors, and I distinctly remember using the Farberware somewhat recently. It doesn't make sense. He didn't replace it. Neither of us know where the old set went, but I do remember it existing. In 5 years, I don't remember ever using this new set, which cuts smoother and is nicer, looks brand new. Where are my scissors? Also, no one else was in our house except my cousin 6 months earlier for a day visit, and never went to the kitchen. Anyways, it's silly, but that's my story. Don't worry, it's not silly, it's pretty commonplace, DOP. Case file number 2439, written by Anonymous. A slam, a sigh, and a missing soul. Back when I was around 7 or 8 years old, I was sat in the front room, watching TV with my dad. Now bear with me, because I'm not the best at describing details. Briefly, I was sat on the sofa with my back to the kitchen. The kitchen door was on the wall, behind me, and to the left. My dad was sat on the other side of the room with his right hand side to me, as he was facing the TV directly. The wall to the right was just an external wall, nothing fancy. The wall to the left, which my dad had his back to, was an internal wall, behind which were the stairs. To the far left of the room and directly behind my dad were 2 glass-paneled doors, through which I could see the front door, which was directly in front of the aforementioned stairs. Directly ahead of me, and to my dad's left side, was a large bay window. Right, so, suddenly, both myself and my dad hear the front door swing open violently. Weird because the front door is always locked. Weirder still is that I can see the damn door and the thing hasn't moved. My dad performs a WTF 180 to be greeted with the same sight as me. The door has not moved. A second or two later, we hear the door, which still hasn't bloody moved an inch, slam shut with such force it vibrates the damn wall. Just as my mom is running through the kitchen, also WTFing, we all hear someone bounding up the stairs in what sounds like heavy boots. Very unambiguously heavy footsteps booming up the damn stairs. Myself and my dad launch into action. We check the front door, it's locked. We go upstairs, no sign of anybody. The house is detached, so there is no noise from neighbors. It was a bright, sunny afternoon, but no windows were open. Even if there were, we ruled out wind because there was nary a gentle breeze. And here's where it gets really WTF. It was, in a way, a dislocated echo of the past. You see, that very scene used to play itself out about 14 miles away at my grandma's house on a fairly regular basis. My uncle, her son, would come in after a long day and slammed the door as he went and bounded up the stairs in his heavy Doc Marten boots. Weeks before we heard this auditory phenomena, said uncle deleted his own life. That one sticks with me. Always has, always will. That's sad. The echo, indeed, of the past. Case file number 2440, written by Immediate Ad 8852. Objects in mirror may belong to a different timeline. Okay, so first things first. Keep the temperature in the car a little lower and make sure you're well rested before driving, please. As you might guess, yes, it's one of those car accident stories, but I really want to share my experience. It was the day after my birthday, and I had spent it with my girlfriend at her place. I had to wake up around 5 a.m. to go to work, but I didn't feel tired or anything. It was a very cold day, around -5 Celsius, or 23 Fahrenheit or so. I turned the heater in my car almost all the way up, and everything was going smoothly. Then out of nowhere, I'm not sure if it was because of a microsleep or something, but I was driving normally, and then I'm much further away, and I'm about 2 meters to hit a car head-on in the left lane. I lost my side mirror in the process. I screamed like a little girl and slammed on the brakes. I panicked and tried to drive away, but then I turned back around and saw a man in the other car. I see this detailed picture of this car right in front of me. It was a white sedan. But then there was a different damaged car with a driver inside, mid-30s. I drove up to him, and he asked me what the hell I was doing. I apologized and told him I'd cover the damages. The man seemed really scared, but I felt strangely calm, almost like everything was happening as if written in a story. Like I was joking around and said, "Sorry mate, I don't know what happened." I offered to pay for his damages and move on, which he accepted. I didn't tell my parents immediately about the near accident. I just moved on with my life. I did tell my closest friends, but to my surprise, they acted really weird about it. They kept asking why I went back to the guy. Only my girlfriend had some sane talk with me. Anyway, I started to notice that things felt a little different than before. For example, my dad looks way younger than he did even 7 years ago. I mean, he literally looks younger than I remember him. Also, I saw that I had been playing Darkest Dungeon in the past week, which is strange because I literally forgot I even had this game in my library. But the weirdest thing for me is that people around me seem to know a different version of me. For instance, I don't remember winning a lot of money at the casino. Sadly, I don't have it because I wasted it and don't recall meeting my friends with my girlfriend at a certain spot many times, but my friends and my girlfriend remember those moments in great detail. They even remember stories I was involved in, but I really don't know them. The strangest feeling is that I feel like I look slightly different than I remember. My voice is slightly deeper, and people keep saying I've always had a deeper voice even though I was a squeaker my whole life. This happened over a month ago now. Since then, I've spoken about the incident with many people, but I haven't told them about the strange changes I've noticed in myself. I try to just ignore those things, but sometimes I feel really isolated and as if my past was changed to avoid this car crash. Yeah, I can see how you might think your past was changed, but you're just in a different universe, a different timeline. You can think of the multiverse as simply time branching out at every opportunity where a choice or different action could occur, so that everything that could possibly happen does happen in a different universe. Now, you can imagine, if you get down to the quantum level, where a quark might go up or down, and that is a difference that could happen. Things of that nature mean that there's so many multiverses that it's not technically infinite, but it almost is. And then there's so many variations. Well, I like to speculate that the further out you go in a multiverse ocean, the more different things are, but I don't know if that's true. Kinda seems like it. Most of the time when people transfer over via quantum immortality, so you die, your soul goes to a different copy of yourself, they usually are very similar universes. But that might just be random, I don't know. In this case, your universe is very different, so maybe it's just random, maybe you did go very far away in the multiverse ocean. I think the worst difference, though, for you is knowing that you won a bunch of money, but the other you spent it all, wasted it. I don't know how much we're talking about, but if it's a life-changing sum, that sucks. That's hard to live with. Case file number 2441, written by No Name for Life. The chill on my cheek. Last year, something weird happened. It was late at night. I don't remember the exact time, but it must have been about 2 a.m. And I was laying down on my bed watching some videos about cake design, minding my own business, when something which felt like 2 cold fingers slapped me on the left cheek. My first thought, as funny as it might seem, was maybe it was a tiny lizard who fell from the ceiling. Because earlier that day, I found a small black lizard on my jeans, and as I was removing it, I noticed it was cold. Anyway, I dodged to see if there was anything on my bed, and came to the conclusion that there's nothing there. I even lifted up my pillow and blankets. Maybe it was a drop of water, but my cheek was dry. And then, as I was getting up to look in other places for lizards or water, I heard a loud gasp in my right ear. It was really loud, and it sounded like someone was holding his breath for so long underwater was finally able to breathe. I have no idea what it was, and I just can't remember what happened next to this. The last thing I remember is to be terrified and prepared for something else to happen, but I can't remember to turn off the computer to lay down in my bed and fall asleep peacefully. It's like the memory after that happened was erased somehow. Well, we do self-block memories that are traumatic, so make of that what you will. Case file number 2442, written by 707 River Rat. The night the sky took a picture of us. Camping with a few friends. Friend and I take a few beers down to our fishing poles. We'd been catfishing for hours and kept hearing the bells go off, but couldn't land a fish. We each sit down next to our poles and eventually we both lay back to look at the stars. As we're shooting the crap on UFOs and the supernatural, a blinding light appears for a split second, right above us, maybe 40 or 50 feet in the air. It was as if a flying, invisible person with an invisible camera had taken a picture of us. My friend and I both freaked out and started yelling to our other friends to ask if they'd seen the light. They had not. We sat there in amazement for a while, talking about it. My friend's son then joined us. He checked on his pole and then sat down next to his dad while asking, "What were you guys yelling about? Holy crap!" It happened again. The second time, I thought the light lasted for a second or two longer, but my friend swears it was there for the same length of time. It hadn't moved either. It was still right above us, and no higher than we could throw a rock. We never saw it again, though. I have no idea what this would be. Can't be a drone because those are very noisy. A UFO actually taking pictures? But why would aliens care? Why would they have a flash like that? Case file number 2443, written by Righteous Kumquat. The Undead SpongeBob SquarePants. My earliest weird experience was when I was a toddler in one of those mobile bouncy chairs hopping around in the backyard with my then 5-year-old sister and mom. The phone rings and mom runs to go grab it. In the few minutes she's gone, I manage to bounce my way across the yard and into the pool. My sister hears a splash and her first instinct is to jump in after me. She's always had a strong maternal instinct when it comes to my brothers and I. When a black, distorted figure appears next to her, telling her not to save me and that I would be fine on my own. Thank God she ignored this apparition and jumped in and grabbed me. My mom returns about 2 minutes later to my sister practically drowning herself trying to keep me above water. I'm so thankful for her. Another time, when I was about 12, I was finally granted the allowance to stay home, alone, for a few hours. My mom was leaving for the grocery store and was only to be gone for a few minutes. I insisted on staying home, and she granted my wish. I remember sitting in a swivelly chair, watching some show on the telly, with my ponytail draped over the back of the headrest. A few minutes after my mom left, I felt what I thought was a light tug on my hair, which I quickly disregarded as my hair being caught on something and presumed watching whichever show was on at the time. Then a few moments later, I felt a tug. At this point, I freaked the hell out and ran into the kitchen where I waited for my mother for an hour. Later on, I examined the chair to see if in any way my hair could have been just caught on something, but the chair is a solid shape made of velvet. A few years later, we got a dog who would stand at the top of the stairs growling and barking at a specific corner of the house where the TV used to be. A few months later, it was my older sister's birthday, and her boyfriend at the time had given her a SpongeBob balloon. My sister freaking loved SpongeBob, so she kept the balloon until it was practically deflated on the floor. One day, my sister and I were doing our makeup for fun, the closet doors were mirrors, when the balloon all of a sudden rose from the other side of her room and quickly floated at us, hitting me in the back of the head. My sister and I freaked out, but then later decided there must have been a strong draft in the room. Until later in the week, my younger brother runs down the stairs crying as a balloon turns the corner of the hallway, then proceeds to follow him down the stairs. My sister and I grabbed knives after that and slashed the balloon to shreds. Now when I see SpongeBob balloons at the grocery store, they scare the crap out of me. last instance I can remember right now is a conversation I had with my sister about 2 years ago. My sister and I's rooms were right next to each other, and my closet wall was her wall at the head of her bed. I confided in her that when I was a teen, I would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and see a shadow-like male figure in the corner of my room, near my closet. My sister was shocked and told me she regularly experienced the same thing too. Flash forward 6 months after we moved out, and I discovered that the son of previous tenants deleted himself in my closet. Yeah, that SpongeBob experience would freak me out. Balloons don't just self-inflate like that. Case file number 2444, written by Indigo Yoshi. One last trip, one last suitcase. The night my grandmother died, I heard voices coming from her room. The only people in the house were me, Grandma, and my mother. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning, and I could hear my mother snoring in the other room, so I knew she wasn't in there talking to Grandma, and I would have recognized her voice if she was. These were voices I did not recognize. Furthermore, one of them was distinctly male. I very clearly heard my grandmother say, "Oh, how have you been?" And the male voice responded too low for me to make out the words, but my grandma sounded so happy to be chatting with him. By this time, I had gotten up and had my hand on the doorknob, about to go into her room and investigate what the hell was up, when I heard a female voice, not my grandma, saying, "It's time to go now." I heard that, and my whole body just froze. It's hard to explain, but I had just this terrible, frightful sensation that it would be very, very bad for me to open that door right then. Like walking in on your parents having sex, only with some kind of terrifying ghost thrown in for extra horror. I just backed away very, very slowly, and went into my mom's room instead. It felt so cold all over, like I had been standing outside in a snowstorm, so I got under the covers and just laid there until my mom woke up. Then I told her I thought Grandma was dead. She was. I still miss her. Even though it was terrifying for me, hearing that exchange has made me less scared of dying. Grandma wasn't scared of the voices, she was happy. She wanted to go with them. I hope she comes with me when it's my time. Some interesting additional information I found out after talking it over with my mom. When she found Gran's body, she was on the floor a few feet from her bed, on the left side of the room, away from the door. Gran had been bedridden for 2 months prior to this, and the only thing in that corner of the room was this ancient suitcase that she had carried all of her life, from Kansas to California to Oklahoma and back again. It had some sentimental items, mostly pictures and a pair of black satin gloves, which I now own. She also had somehow managed to put her shoes on. We can only guess she was getting herself ready to go on her next journey. The day before, the hospice nurse had told my mom I would be coming soon, and this was good because she was in incredible pain from breast cancer and metastatic disease. My mom and I had tearfully sat down with Gran and told her it was okay for her to go, we loved her, etc. I promised her I'd take care of my mom, and she went to sleep with us, holding her hands. That was the last conversation we had with her. Case file number 2445, written by Because Soft. Dreams, Cats, and Grandpa's Hand. My grandfather had ALS for many years. He was completely paralyzed and unable to communicate verbally, but his mind was fully functional. We were always close. When my family was between homes, and there weren't enough beds in my grandparents' house to accommodate both my family and my uncle's family, I ended up sleeping out of necessity in the king-size bed with my grandparents. Me and my grandpa would get up at 6 a.m. together before everyone else and make orange juice for my grandmother. He used to tell me war stories that he never ever told anyone else. We were close. While he was sick, and I lived half a country away from him, and I always had amazing dreams and nightmares. I had night terrors as a young child. Most nights, I have nightmares that I either remember or hear about from whoever lives with me. Apparently, I scream, cry, and induce fear in anyone who stays in the same house with me, every night. So with my dreams when Grandpa was still very alive, yet completely immobilized, I'd have dreams as always where I'm terrified and trying to escape whatever horrible thing is chasing me, or what evil thing that has a hold over my dreams almost every night is winning the fight. But there were a few times, more than a few nightmares, wherein Grandpa would unexpectedly, and almost like an anachronism or ridiculous plot twist, just show up at the worst nightmare sequence, and he'd take my hand or lead me away and somehow save me from the evil thing that was consuming the dream. I remember specific dream memories where he was holding my hand and walking me away from something terrible that I didn't commit to dream memory. Each time this happened, I'd ask him, "Wait, aren't you sick? How are you walking and talking and holding my hand?" Seriously, he'd answer, "I am sick, but don't worry about it." And we walk away from whatever evil was threatening me. After he passed away, these dreams stopped. My grandmother was still alive. I made her a drawing done in water-soluble crayon of my grandfather and framed it archivally. She hung it up in her house. The house sat under 12 foot of water for 2 weeks from Hurricane Katrina. She and I laughed that it was lost. The only salvageable thing from the house was that drawing that had somehow shed its archival frame and sat untouched on top of a piece of furniture during the flood. A year and a half prior, I stayed with my grandmother for a week in that house that Grandpa built 60 years earlier. I had nightmares every night there for a week, and they all took place in that house. The only one I remember was that the dresser from the master bedroom was in the hallway, blocking the room. I walked into my grandmother's bedroom, and it was coated in mold. She was dying on the bed, which was moldy too, and there was a cat there, taking care of her and telling me that she was okay. After the hurricane, and I saw it for myself, the dresser had floated in the flood down the hallway to settle in the exact place I had dreamed it. I climbed over it and looked into the bedroom, which I couldn't access. It matched my dream, mold and all. I still dream about cats here and there. I've had a few cool as hell cats since then. But that was the first dream I ever had wherein a cat was important. Also, Grandpa always got adopted by cats. Over the years, he probably had about 15 different cats that lived under that house. The cat in that dream was a tuxedo, the same as my current cat, the same as my mother's cat when she was a child. The whole cat part probably means nothing, but the rest shook me up, and still does. Case file number 2446, written by Anonymous. We just wanted snacks, not a UFO encounter. Me and a friend were sitting outside under a tree on our comfy lawn chairs, pulling away at the hookah. It was around 8 or 9 p.m.-ish. Then out of nowhere, I see my friend look up and said, "I don't want to sound weird or look like a weirdo, but I'm not the only one seeing that, right?" I look over my shoulder, and in the night sky, what looks like a huge cluster of stars is just floating by slowly. Every color imaginable, hundreds of them. We watched it go from the west to the east, all the way until it went out of sight. A few minutes later, some people were walking past, and they asked us if we saw it too. Looked awesome, yet it was creepy, because how do you explain that? Another one comes to mind. A few years ago, also late-ish at night, we're on our way to a corner shop with my sister and her boyfriend. She points out something in the sky. I look, and it's exactly like those triangular-shaped things with the light on each corner that you always hear people talking about in the UFO shows. It seemed like it was about 200 meters from the ground. We followed it a few blocks to where it went over a mountain, and we couldn't follow it anymore. Only when it went over the mountain, you could see how low it was actually flying. Should probably also add that this is in South Africa. Crap like that never happens here. Case file number 2447, written by Exotic Fennel 8898. Faded eggs, familiar faces. I must get this off my chest, because this is freaking me the crap out, because no one believes me. 2 weeks ago, I woke up to my phone buzzing. and it was a message from a friend I hadn't spoken to in like a little over a year. He asked me if I wanted to meet up for pizza, and I said yeah, sure. This was on a Saturday. For some reason, I felt a strange sense of déjà vu. I didn't think much about it because it's completely normal. I was doing my normal morning routine, but there was just something off. When I reached for the egg box, I noticed the label isn't quite right. Like something was off, the color seemed slightly wrong. Like the box itself is a faded weird another version of itself. It's as if someone swapped out the image with a poorly edited copy, but I don't think too much of that either. Later, when I was in my car, I pulled up to a red light. The car next to me seems oddly familiar. I look over, and for a split second, the person driving appears to be me. It's not a twin or someone who looks similar. It's just me. Just a version of me slightly off, wearing different clothes and with a different expression. I didn't blink for over 30 seconds and actually almost drove off the road, and the person disappeared after I looked back at the road, not just him, the car and everything. I stopped at a bus stop to think about this and trying to figure out what this could actually be, and to make sure I haven't accidentally fallen asleep at the wheel or something like that, but everything's normal. Just to be clear, I was not drunk, high, or anything. I don't do drugs or drink because I have epilepsy. I have good health and eat healthy. I'm a personal trainer. I'm just so stressed about this and I don't know what to make of it. Honestly, this is a weird one for me because quantum immortality sort of does fit, with the different versions of the egg carton and things just being slightly off. But seeing yourself as a doppelganger? Well, it's not your physical body that moves over to a new universe. It's just your soul. So you should be in that version of him that you saw while driving, if it's quantum immortality. Or maybe it went wrong somehow. Case file number 2448, written by CM 1961. I came for my taxes and found a glitch. Today I went to my CPA's office building that I've been to many times before and as recently as a week prior. I always walked the same way from the parking lot to the lobby. I arrived at the lobby and took the elevator to the 5th floor. When I entered the hallway, it was familiar but felt different. I walked down the hallway to where the office is, and it wasn't there, just a solid wall where the door should be. So I walked back to the elevator, thinking I was on the wrong floor. I looked at the floor number, and it was indeed 5. I looked both ways, and the other offices had different names, but it seemed like no one was in those offices. It felt empty. I went back to the elevator and pushed lobby. I rode down to the lobby, and when the door opened, there was a bank there now. I got out and looked around and was very confused. There was no bank near the lobby I was in. Now I'm feeling very strange. Am I losing my mind? I went back in the elevator and pushed 5 again and rode it up to the 5th floor. When I walked out of the elevator, I was back to the familiar hallway and my CPA's office was just down the hall like normal. I went and conducted my business with them and went back to the same elevator to ride down to the lobby. I got in and pushed L. I rode down to the lobby and it was back to normal and no bank was there. I got out and walked to my car like normal, but my mind was blown at what I had just experienced. Was I losing my mind or did I witness the Matrix or the multiverse? Has anyone experienced anything like that? Tons of people. Just comes down to saying, elevators. If you know, you know. Case file number 2449, written by Melancholic Scribe. The 2 a.m. mystery on icy Ohio roads. A few months ago, I was driving home from a work trip in New York. It was 2 a.m. and I'd been on icy roads for about 10 hours, so I was exhausted. Still, I know what I saw, multiple times too. In the middle of absolutely nowhere, Ohio, I caught up to a van that was driving next to a semi. It was a 2-lane highway, and the van wouldn't let me pass for a long time, matching the semi's pace even though both were going well below the speed limit. Also, the van was driving very erratically, so I was impatient to get away from it. When the van finally pulled ahead of the semi, I began passing it on the right. I watched the van's headlights on my left side mirror as I passed, since, like I said, it had been swerving a lot, and I didn't want to get hit. Once I was well in front of it, I glanced at the road ahead, and then once again looked back in my left mirror. The van was gone. No headlights, nothing. Just an empty stretch of road, and then the semi that was now half a mile behind me. Very confused, I looked ahead again, and saw the van. It was about 100 feet in front of me, still in the left lane. At this point, I was incredibly disoriented and questioning reality, and I'm exhausted, so maybe my mind was playing tricks on me? Still, I had watched the van's headlights as I passed it. I had clearly seen it fall behind me. There was no way it could have gotten 100 feet ahead of me in less than a second. Also, there had been no other vehicles in front of me when I passed it. Warily, I passed the van again. This time it stayed behind me, and I accelerated the hell out of there. Then 10 or so minutes later, I caught up to a familiar-looking vehicle. It was the same van. It had a specific company logo and slogan, so I recognized it. It was also driving slowly and erratically in the left lane, like before. With a sinking heart, I passed it on the right, watching its headlights. Again, as soon as I looked at the road ahead and looked back, it was gone. No headlights, no van, no nothing. However, this time it was not ahead of me either. Now I was thoroughly and completely creeped out. After a very stressful 10 minutes of driving, lo and behold, who do I approach? You guessed it, the same freaking van. Mercifully, it behaved like a normal vehicle this time when I passed it, which was good, or I might have had a mental breakdown. Understandable. I got home an hour or so later, very disturbed, and got some much-needed rest. The only logical explanation I have is 3 vans with the same company logo were playing an elaborate prank by turning their lights off and on. But there were streetlights, and I would have been able to see them even with their headlights off. They also would have had to time their headlights to my eyes, switching between the mirror and the road, which is pretty improbable. This whole thing still gives me the creeps. Well, the only thing I can say is Space-Time Portal's baby, but that's not a complete fit. Why drive erratically? Why were there multiple portals configured exactly in that right lane? And again, just shooting this one particular van ahead, like half a mile, 3 times. And why was it driving erratic? I don't know. Nothing fits perfectly in this one. Very creepy indeed. Case file number 2450, written by Ali Too Cool. My guardian angel in orthopedic shoes? I was about 9 years old, and at the time, living in Brooklyn, New York. Going to the grocery store was a matter of walking a block down and 1 block to the right to get to my local grocery store. However, the grocery store was on the far corner of the block, which of course meant I had to cross the street to get to it. Which wasn't a problem as I used to do it all the time for my mom. However, one time when I was crossing that street, I wasn't paying attention, and a car was driving at roughly 45-50 miles an hour down the block. Which of course is insane in a residential neighborhood, but whatever. Anyways, I didn't notice the car, and I was looking at the opposite direction while I was crossing. I don't remember why. I know it was moronic of me though. And the car was speeding down just as I was about to cross and involuntarily end myself. A really old, creepy lady put her hand on my shoulder, which prompted me to stop what I was about to do and look behind me. As to why this lady's hand was on my shoulder. Anyways, I turn around and the car just flies right by me. So I look in front of me and it was like, holy crap, I almost perished. Here's the crazy and creepy part though. After noticing what was about to end, I turn around to thank this old lady for saving my life and she's just gone, nowhere to be found. And this is an old lady we're talking about, roughly 75-80 years old? I was mind-flucked. She stops my untimely death and just disappears into thin air? No matter which direction I turned, I couldn't find her, which was creepy as hell. Until this day, I'm not sure whether this old lady really did stop me from crossing that street, or if it was some kind of angel that stopped me and I thought it was a real person. Whatever the case may be, I wouldn't be writing this story if it wasn't for her, or it, whatever it was. Guardian angel spirits, I think, can take temporary possession of people and endow them with additional strength and speed. Case file number 2451, written by JT3K. Undercover, overpowered, and out of this dimension. I was driving along the M4 into Wales one Saturday afternoon. Was minding my own business at about 75 miles per hour in the middle of 3 lanes, thin traffic. Suddenly, I see blue lights behind me, a little way back. There's a guy overtaking me, so I slow down a bit to let him in front and let the police pass. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the car with the blue lights pull alongside me at a crazy speed, and somehow slow quickly enough and unnaturally enough to make me take notice, matching my speed, whilst the car in the fast lane takes his sweet time pulling in. I glance at the car with the blue lights. It's a base model Peugeot 106, black plastic bumpers, clip-on wheel trims, wholly nondescript with very well hidden blue lights. For those in the US, the non-sporting models of the 106 were offered with a 1.4 petrol engine maximum, and might be able to do 100 miles per hour if you drop it off a cliff at 90 miles per hour. The road clears in front of him, and without any squatting, squirreling, noise, or any sign of stress, he goes. I mean, he just speeds off at a pace I've never seen. I've seen an awful lot of race cars, but that was something else. It was like watching one of those awful sped-up chase scenes from Knight Rider. He'd easily doubled his speed in a couple of seconds. I just put it down to being something I wasn't supposed to see. Reminds me of the scene in Men in Black where he finally pushes the red button. Case file number 2452, written by Drunk Nixon. Illuminating the multiverse. I've read some glitch stories and laughed at their ludicrousness sometimes, but now I actually have one I cannot explain, except for a glitch in the Matrix. I have the chandelier type of lamp in my dining nook with 5 light bulbs on it that look like candles. A couple weeks ago, I noticed one of the bulbs go out, and it annoyed me because I'll need to buy special light bulbs now. I remembered I had some, but couldn't find them in the cupboard. The next morning, I see the cupboard is open, and I went to close it. When I bent down, I saw the package of the light bulbs and took it out, and counted 2. My cat likes to climb into this cupboard, so it was him shuffling around in there. I was glad I didn't have to buy any extra, and reminded myself to change it out at some point. A couple days later, I was sitting at this table and turned on the lamp. I went into the kitchen, and when I looked back, all the light bulbs worked. Okay, I thought, must have just been poor wiring before or something? But as I got closer, I noticed that the other 4 bulbs are all a bit dusty and kind of clouded, like bulbs that have been there for a while, except the one that I saw out a few days ago. It was brand new shiny. Even the little wires inside looked brand new. I thought maybe I forgot I changed it, but when I looked in the cupboard, there was still 2 left in the box. I would have remembered changing it too if I did, since the only chair nearby is an office chair with wheels, and I need to get a chair from a different room to change it. My friend says I must have jumped dimensions into one where the me is the one who had her cramped together and changed the light bulbs on time. Case file number 2453, written by Rayla09. I donated them, I swear. I like to call them my haunted Dr. Martens. I had, or have, these Dr. Martens shoes that I wore out for years until I finally got tired of them and decided I didn't want to wear them anymore. One day, I wanted to donate some old clothes I didn't wear anymore, and thought I'd take them to those public donation bins I always see in my town for people to throw in their donated items. I take my clothes and decide that I also want to donate those Dr. Martens shoes as well. So on a perfect sunny day, I drive over to one of those donation bins and start throwing my bags of clothes in there. I remember my Dr. Martens were outside the bag, I grabbed them, and I tossed them into the bin. I vividly remember me standing there in front of the bin, tossing the Dr. Martens and seeing them fly into the air, falling inside the bin, and feeling relief that I finally got rid of them, since I had them inside my car for a while, before finally deciding to drive to the bin. A few weeks went by, maybe a month, and I was digging through my closets one day, because I was looking for something. And as I opened another closet, I swear I was ready to crap bricks on the spot, because in the closet, there they were, my Dr. Martens shoes neatly placed on the floor that I had thrown into the donation bin just a few weeks prior. The second I saw them in the closet, I literally shouted and fell back in shock, in complete confusion. My brother was in the other room and heard me freaking out. Came over and asked me what was wrong because he just heard me shout, and I couldn't even talk straight because I was genuinely tripping and confused as to why my Dr. Martens shoes were back inside my closet, neatly placed on the floor, when I vividly remember tossing them into the donation bin on that day. After that, I didn't like touching or seeing the shoes again, and I got too scared to try to get rid of them again, so I decided to leave them alone. It's been at least 5 years since that occurred, and I never saw those shoes again. Even after I moved, they haven't reappeared, and I'm a minimalist. I don't know where they are, and I hope it stays that way. I don't do drugs, by the way. Perfectly sane. Case file number 2454, written by Luna Tuck. My husband thinks I'm nuts, but the dog disagrees. Yesterday afternoon, my husband was visiting a sick friend, and I was home alone with the dog and cats. I was in the kitchen when I heard my husband's car pull into the garage. He drives a Corvette, and the engine makes a very loud and distinctive noise. There is no mistaking it. The dog was lying on the front of the door that leads to the garage, and she heard it. She got up and watched the door expectantly, but I didn't hear him leave the car, and he never appeared. I thought it was weird because he's not one to just hang out in the car after coming home. But I got distracted with something else and temporarily forgot about it. After about 10 minutes or so, I realized my husband still hadn't come in. So I checked in the garage and his car wasn't there. I just assumed he must have immediately left again for some reason. But then I wondered, what if it's one of those Vardoger glitches? Or whatever they're called when you hear a phantom noise of someone coming home? But no, it couldn't be, because it was so clear, and both the dog and I heard this car right outside the door. So I texted my husband and asked him if he came home and left again. He said no, he was still at his friend's house. What the hell? It couldn't have been some random person who just happened to drive the same car as my husband, who pulled into our garage by mistake because the garage door was closed. My husband doesn't believe me, and it's infuriating. I know what I heard. I guess astral projection, but that would involve projecting the car itself. I think there have been a few stories of that happening, which makes you think, if a car can be projected, what is matter at all? It is energy, but that should involve a ton of energy to do that. Case file number 2455, written by Jolly Perception 7109. Daddy's got you, or does he? This happened not 20 minutes ago. I set the baby down in his bassinet in our bedroom, then went down to the hall into the living room to talk to my boyfriend. Afterwards, I was coming back. I heard the baby had woken up and was crying. I had to go to the bathroom, which is right outside the bedroom, and thought he'd be fine for a minute. While I was in the bathroom, I heard, clear as day, the sound of my boyfriend's footsteps coming down the hall. I heard the bedroom door open and shut, and I heard his voice saying, "Hey little baby's name, Daddy's got you, it's okay." And the baby stopped crying. So I left the bathroom and opened the bedroom door, fully expecting to see my boyfriend holding the baby. Nope. Baby was alone, still in the bassinet. And he had started crying again as soon as my hand touched the doorknob. My first instinct, and the most logical explanation, is that this was an auditory hallucination, which doesn't make a lot of sense, because nothing like that has ever happened to me. But the one part that makes me overthink is that the baby actually stopped crying for a minute, exactly as if he had been comforted. All I know is that it was a strange and unnerving experience. It's like the scene from Supernatural. Case file number 2456, written by Anonymous. Running to my fort, but my soul took a detour. I was 10 years old or so, out in my grandmother's backyard. She lived on a dead-end street lined with large old maple and oak trees. Seems like a large number of those trees were past their prime, and most their branches were bare. Her road was creepy, especially in the fall when all the trees were bare and the street was dark. She had a large, poorly maintained yard that was lined with craggy old apple trees along the back. A stubble field grew on one side, and an apple orchard grew on the other. Beyond those old apple trees that marked her property line lay an old stubble field. In the back third of her yard grew a nice maple tree. It was the kind of tree that had a bunch of branches low to the ground, or at least low enough for a 10-year-old boy to climb on. It was the perfect tree for a fort. Many low-hanging branches. It was just right. Weird things went on at that house, though. Things I can't explain. I traversed that yard fore and after the house, then out to the tree line often. That day was no different. Word picture painted, context outlined. Now, let me explain what happened. As I ran from the house toward that maple tree, I was very focused on getting there as efficiently as I could. About halfway to the tree, eyes focused on the ground ahead of me, I found myself floating above my still running body. I was experiencing what some call an out-of-body experience, I guess. It scared me, ironically, to death. It seemed surreal. I was floating, looking down at myself from 5 feet above. I panicked and slapped myself in the face to awaken from whatever this was. At first, this condition did not want to go away. In what seemed like 30 seconds, I was back to myself, running towards my target. So yeah, not sure what that was about, but it freaked me out pretty bad. It literally felt like the Doctor Strange movie. I don't know what caused the detachment, but that's not crazy. We are embedded with a soul, every one of us. It's what gives us free will and self-awareness, sentience, and all that good stuff. I think so anyway. Now, the deeper question, of course, is where does the soul come from? Is it connected to the simulation or God or what else? I don't know. That's the big question. Case file number 2457, written by IC Dependent 9199, Deja Vroom. About 3 months ago, me, co-pilot seat, and my girlfriend, driving, were on the highway going back home after a trip. This highway has 4 toll booths. When we were about to pass the first one, I noticed 2 SUVs, a blue and black and a white and red. They were parked just a bit before the toll. I didn't give it much attention, but I managed to see the guy driving the red SUV. He looked like your average Joe with sunglasses and a beard. I was about to see him because we were slowing down for the toll booths. Then, when we passed the second toll booth, I saw the same red SUV and the same guy. It was weird because the road was lonely, and I didn't notice anyone overtake us. I told my girlfriend about it because I thought it was weird, and asked her if she remembered someone going ahead of us. She confirmed no one overtook us between the booths. Then on the third toll booth, again, the same SUV and the same man parked just a bit further from the toll booths. I just didn't think this could be a simple coincidence, because I would have noticed if he overtook us on the road. For the next toll booth, I looked for the SUV, but it wasn't there. My girlfriend and I discussed about this during the rest of the road trip, but we just thought it was a weird coincidence. But then I found out about glitches. The first thing that came to mind was that this was an encounter. It's not too wild, but it is weird. Case file number 2458, written by Angus Van Hook Hinson. Scalloped potatoes, brisket, and a little bit of mother's magic. One day at about 10 a.m., my mother, who was somewhat of a matron in the neighborhood, gave me a $20 bill and sent me to the grocery store. She told me to get a small brisket, make sure nothing over $10, she says, some green beans, and some scalloped potatoes. We already had milk. Oh, and don't forget a pack of cigarettes, and bring me a receipt and my change. off on my merry way I went. Well, maybe not merry. I was a sullen 16-year-old. A 2-mile walk from our home, to the local discount grocery store. We were poor, and I knew this was going to feed the family. My mother and her boyfriend, my little sister and myself, for 2 days. Supper tonight, and sandwiches for the blue collars tomorrow. I came back with what I was told to get. Total was $18 and some change. She was willing to overlook the 50 cents for a candy bar. Mother put the brisket on the smoker. I helped clean the house and prepare food as I'd done for my family since I was 10 years old. There's a lot to that story. A few hours later, at about 4 p.m., it was a small brisket, she sent me on the rounds to the neighborhood. Go up the hill and get Johnny and the Wineheads. Yep, that was what we called them. They liked their MD 2020. Presently, I came down with Johnny, Alan, and Mike. They shot the bull with my stepdad, Larry, a former winehead for a bit. He had cut back to beer, and myself for a few minutes. Until Mother sent me off on another errand. Go across the street and get Steve and Deborah and their girls, and tell them dinner is ready. So here come 5 more people. Now, we've always had an open door in the house I grew up in. We may not agree with you, but we'll feed you. I was no stranger to a whispered, "Go put some water in the stew. We're gonna have soup," when company would show up at whatever time they did. But I also knew my mother didn't have much money. She'd been complaining that she knew she'd be out of cigarettes tomorrow, and what was she gonna do? She's sure to kill one of those damn kids if she couldn't sneak away for some back porch time. I also knew that this was all the food we had until payday, 3 days away. Also, since I had purchased the food, I knew what came in and out of that kitchen that day. Brisket, green beans, and scalloped potatoes. I knew that was it. To this day, and until my dying day, I'll know it. Why are we giving our food away? My 16-year-old brain wondered. The Wineheads have spent more than $50 on their alcohol this week. I just saw Steve buy a used car last week. I know these dumb butts have money, and we sure as hell don't. We better be getting something out of this, thought my 16-year-old brain. But I had been subject to more than enough backhands to know better than to ask questions. So I did what I was told. Then my sister came over unannounced with her boyfriend and daughter. We can't turn them away, of course. 3 more. Then my brother and his wife and 3 kids, also out of the blue, 5 more. So we're all sitting on the porch and it's become a gathering at this point. The early autumn sun is going down and dusk is setting in. Children are running around, wineheads are being wineheads, and everyone else is having a good time. We're about to serve, paper plates of course, because I'm not washing all those goddamn dishes. And Mother tells me, go next door and get Chris and Mark. Tell them we're about to eat and they're welcome to come. 2 more. Then to top it off, my girlfriend at the time came. 23 people. My mother came out to the porch and announced, y'all come on in and feed yourselves. I'm not a restaurant, I don't wait frickin' tables anymore. We went into the kitchen in a single file, except for the kids who ran wild like children tend to do. And there it was, brisket, green beans, scalloped potatoes. We all served ourselves. I know we had to have done so, because Mother was going on about how she was afraid the paper plates weren't going to last. I know we all got a plate. I know we all got 3 items on offer, either because we liked them, or because those that didn't like them were gracious enough to know that you don't turn your nose up at free food when you're poor, as all of us were. I know some of us came back for seconds. I sure as hell did. At 16, I was 6'1" and wasn't fat yet. This was around that 3 weeks in my life that I could eat everything in sight and not gain weight. So I came back for more. I know my brother came back. I know my older sister did. I know the blue-collar workers came back for more. I know Mother did. Brisket, green beans, scalloped potatoes. I know it seems like a silly thing to repeat, but 25 years later, I know what was on that table and how much. I'd walked 4 miles to get it home. I'd purchased it. I'd helped cook it. And I'd watched 23 people eat from this never-ending bounty. I'd watched at least half of them return for seconds, and at the end of the night, I watched my mother press into the hands of everyone there a little something extra that she had wrapped up in foil. So y'all can have something for lunch tomorrow. And the next day, Larry, Mother, my little sister, and I finished off the last of that tiny brisket in the form of sandwiches. I'd never seen it before, and indeed it took me a few weeks for me to really understand what had happened. I'd never seen anything like it since, and I likely never will. It was almost infinite food. This does seem like there's no logical explanation. I mean, the food was just being ported in from a different universe, I guess. Let's go with that. But yeah, this is a S-tier glitch, like the best of the best. I guess infinite money would be even better, but infinite food is, or almost infinite. It's way up there. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Case file number 2459, written by Spillagar. Minor mysteries over major meals. Me and my friend were eating at a restaurant. We hang out regularly and are very close. The waitress came to grab our drink orders. She was listing off the available choices, ending with root beer. My friend said root beer, which is odd because she never really got that. That was what was going through my head. I would just assume she was influenced by the waitress and just wanted it that day. I ordered a lemonade. Then I came to the bathroom. I really wanted to wash my hands. When I came back, my necklace was in the ground by our table, which was upsetting. I really liked that necklace. I thought it broke. I grabbed it and wanted to see what broke. The clasp worked fine. I thought it was odd because I usually make sure my necklaces are on with a quick tug when I first put it on. Then I noticed my friend had lemonade. I asked her if it was a mistake. She shook her head no and said she ordered lemonade. I told her I thought you said root beer. She went on about how she wouldn't have ordered that. I told her that's exactly what I thought, but didn't question it. Not extremely weird or deceiving, but these events that day stuck with me. I wonder if I just misheard her and somehow incorrectly clasped my necklace? No clue. This is an odd combo. A different universe, maybe. But then, how did you go there? I mean, did you die in the bathroom? That would be awkward. It's definitely not the place you want to perish. Case file number 2460, written by Maynaderi. Blood, Belief, and Birthday Parties for Gods. I am Chinese, living in Singapore. My grandfather used to have a giant altar at home that had statuettes of all the Chinese gods, like the Jade Emperor, the Goddess of Mercy, Guan Yu, etc. Every year he would be in charge of organizing this massive event, which my dad explained was the god's birthday celebration. During that day, there'd be a huge tent set up in a nearby field. The statuettes would be moved to a temporary altar in the tent, and mediums would come for the event and take turns invoking the various gods into their bodies so they could A. answer questions of the people who would show up to either ask for help or guidance, and B. have some fun chilling in a physical body, essentially, and sort of check in with the believers. I was a kid when my granddad was still alive and doing this, so I never really questioned it, just took it as a part of life. I knew the mediums. They were just regular guys who'd come and drink coffee with my granddad on occasion and shoot the breeze. But when they were possessed by the gods, they were suddenly capable of things that they really shouldn't be able to. I saw one guy cut his tongue repeatedly to use the blood to draw on paper amulets, but he had no wounds once he returned to his normal self. I saw another guy who was channeling Guan Yu lift the Guan Dao, I think the translation would be halberd, with one hand, when the thing was heavy enough that it usually took 2 men to lift it, and swing it around casually with the grace and expertise of someone who was used to that weapon. And he's average in build, with no martial arts training. We stopped having those major days, or celebrations, after my granddad passed away, and his children all chose not to continue with his legacy. So the clan association members invited the god statuettes away to either stay in their homes or at their temples. And as I grew up, I realized that what I thought was normal was a very, very different childhood from most of my classmates, even those of the same race and religious background. There are many Shentan out there. Damn it, I'm not sure what that translates to. Temples? in Singapore and Malaysia and Taiwan that still have mediums that channel the gods regularly for people to ask for guidance. There are, of course, many that are full-on con jobs, out to cheat desperate people out of their money or worse. Considering the fact that my granddad lived in a tiny one-bedroom apartment and didn't leave much to his children upon death, we were either the worst con people ever, or that was all genuine. It's hard for me to reconcile my childhood with the Western education and culture that I'm so much more familiar with. It's hard for me to reconcile that with science. It's bloody impossible for me to try to explain away the fact that one of the mediums came to my granddad's house one day, out of the blue, spontaneously channeled one of the gods, Qigong, without the usual ritualistic singing or preparation, and warned my granddad that if he went on that trip to China, he would die. And my granddad did fall violently sick upon his return, wasted away in a matter of days, and died weeks after. That medium liked to wear rings on his fingers that were super tight, and usually required a lot of grease and effort to take off before he channeled the gods, because you're not supposed to have any jewelry on you. That day in my granddad's living room, the rings flew off, and we had to go hunt them out from under the coffee table. He didn't know my granddad was even going on that trip or why he was going, but when he was channeling, he knew all the details. My Catholic, Eurasian husband has a hard time reconciling the woman he knows with that part of my life and how familiar I am with the various rituals and gods. I guess he thinks of all of it as a rather old-fashioned ethnic belief system, and that people are just faking being mediums for purposes of parting the gullible with their money. I don't often talk about that part of my life because it's kind of hard to explain myself, and I dread seeing the "are you kidding me" expression on people's faces. And so that's the hardest thing for me to explain. I can't go too deep into other religious practices or beliefs because I'm not a religious scholar. I'm really not. I'm considering myself agnostic. But I do think, at this point, thousands of stories that I've read, not just on the channel, but just for my own enjoyment and curiosity. There's more going on than what is immediately apparent. Now, I don't know if there's one particular religion that is true. I do know that having access to future information or more information that is consciously aware of, that is something that happens to a lot of people. So does that necessitate channeling some god? Or is it just that if you have a strong belief in your ability to do something, then you access a different layer of reality that enables you to do that, purely from belief alone? I don't know. And yeah, there definitely are plenty of scammers out there. Just because someone says they're a medium or they're a mentalist or something like that, doesn't mean that they are, truly. But I do think there are special people that can access that other layer, deeper layer of reality, and use it for really incredible things. But as far as me, that's as far as I go for now. I don't know more. Case file number 2461, written by JNut1377. Peer pressure and the midnight sailboat. There's a lighthouse on Lake Michigan that I used to work security at. It's supposedly haunted, though that's a different story. Anyway, this lighthouse's pier gets a lot of fishing action year-round, but especially in the spring. I'm working with another guy, and being the fisherman I am, I decide to take a stroll and see how everyone's doing, as well as walk to the end of the pier. I walk, chat with a few guys I knew, and went back on to the lighthouse. Now real quick, the pier is going to be separated into 6 sections on each side. The north and south break arms, the south side east and west sections, and the north side. The lighthouse is the divider. The lighthouse is also on the south side, where I'm at. And there's no way to get to the other side without going around the lake or swimming. As I'm walking back, I see what looks to be a sailboat sitting in the middle of the channel, on the eastern section. I could only see the lights. It would usually be normal to see a sailboat here, besides the fact that it's at night. It's 1 a.m., and the only thing out there is usually fishing boats. So I decided to check it out. I have a few minutes left on break, and I radio in to the other guard that it'd be another second. The boat looks to be just about halfway down to the lake from the lighthouse. I thought maybe he was fishing there and didn't know you couldn't fish inside the shoreline of Lake Michigan. Not at this time. But that's when I noticed something odd. Really odd. The boat is moving in circles. And this isn't the widest channel, maybe 50 meters across. So next thing I think is drunk guy. Plenty of them. But as I close in, I realize something. It's dead silent. No wind, and more importantly, no engine sound. No sound at all but my breathing and footsteps. I stop and listen. Nothing. This was starting to freak me out. But I'm the security guard, so I can't be afraid. But as I take a step forward, it stops. The lights, 3 in a perfect triangle, and a very faint silhouette of a sailboat start moving from my left to the right towards the break wall. What the hell, I think, and I instinctively run towards it. Then it just up and disappears, gone. But wait, no crash? No lights either, I think? I went down to where it should have been, and nothing was there, not a trace. I hear a slash across the water. I look and see a fisherman on the north side directly across from me, casting. I yell and ask him if he's seen a boat. He responds no. I say thanks and head on back. I'm walking up the ramp to the lighthouse when I realized he wasn't supposed to be fishing on this side of the big lake, and head back out to find him, and he was gone too. What I did see, though, was a big light at the end of the channel. I booked it. Nope. Turns out that light was just a spotlight for a fishing boat, but it still scared me crapless. But what about that sailboat? I still to this day have no clue what I saw that night. Indeed, a sailboat from a different universe. I like to think of the multiverse as a giant ocean, and each universe is a little tiny island, and they're all peppered about. But you need some sort of vehicle to move between them. Obviously not an actual sailboat, but it's just a funny comparison. Case file number 2462, written by Tractus. This ain't your grandpa's motorcycle gang. My mom has one of the best examples of a mysterious story, corroborated by my granddad, who is a no BS skeptical guy. And even he's like, yeah, that was nuts. They were on a cross-country road trip together back in the 70s and 80s. My granddad has a knack for intense road tripping, hours of driving with minimal breaks. In the 60s, he once used what were basically legal amphetamines to stay awake for an exorbitant amount of time, to make it from New Mexico to California in under 30 hours. So, it's late, real late, and it's New Mexico, heading east. They're not near any city or town. It's just pitch black desert for tens of miles in every direction. They're driving a 2-lane highway, and up ahead in the distance, also on the road, are 2 red taillights. But they couldn't have been taillights for an automobile. They were too far apart, one in each lane. Must be motorcycles, my mom remarked on the lights before promptly falling asleep. Boom, a yell. Wake up, look! She opens her eyes. My granddad is pointing eagerly at the 2 taillights. They're leaving the road and going nowhere, straight into untamed desert. They still can't make out what the lights are behind, but they seem to keep the same formation and distance, which was strange considering they were assumed to be separate agents. The lights are getting faster and farther. Then they stop. So does my granddad. My mother reports his mouth is wide open. They were astonished at just how incredibly odd this was. There was a moment, a hesitation, and then those 2 red lights shot straight up into the night sky. UFOs, right? Huh, wow. Case file number 2463, written by F. Me Daily. The Ghost in the Gears. So a few years ago, I purchased 2 mountain bikes off a government auction website. They were used as police bikes in the local parks, and they were identical, blue and gray GTs. I resold one and kept one. The one I kept later got stolen off my patio, but whatever, not the story. Had the one I kept for like 2 to 3 years. Sometimes I would keep them inside in a specific spot in my apartment. My fiancée moved in with me almost 3 years ago when I would still use the one. So over the weekend, my fiancée is going through her phone docs and pictures to do some stuff for her resume. No big deal. Then she calls me over and is asking me about the bike I used to have. She shows me a picture of the inside of our apartment where I used to keep the bike. And in the picture, there's a red mountain bike in the same spot I usually kept my bike. And she's like, "When did you have a red bike?" I never had a red bike. I never rode with anybody who did, let alone let anyone else bring their bike into my place. It was in the same position as my bike would usually be in. Her and I both swear we never remember having a red bike in the apartment. I definitely never owned a red bike. And it's not a weird angle either, glare or bad lighting. It's clearly a red and chrome mountain bike. I know it's a super dumb situation and unimportant to anything in my life, but it's been making me feel like I'm going crazy or like there's some type of glitch in the Matrix. Well, there often are, at least what we attribute to glitches. Yeah. Case file number 2464, written by Louisa Pett. A tail wag paradox. Rural suburban area with a curved uphill drive from the road. That afternoon, I heard my husband's distinctive truck come up the driveway. Our 3 giant dogs got up from their naps and ambled over to the stairs, silent, with tails wagging in anticipation. Had it been anyone else near our home, they would have raised a royal ruckus. I caught a flash of ruby red and chrome move past the small window of the front door, which meant my husband was backing into the spot. He didn't come into the house right away, so I went back to whatever I was doing. The dogs just sat down and waited, but everything got quiet. There was no sound of a vehicle leaving or entering the driveway. No car doors opening or closing, and no discernible activity out front or in the garage. That is, until my actual husband pulled in a few minutes later. When I heard him pull into the driveway and back into his usual spot, I tried to convince myself that he came home and left again. Maybe he forgot to pick up milk or something? But nope, that just wasn't the case. The whole thing felt surreal. Thankfully, the dog seemed as clueless as I am. Yeah, in a lot of these accounts where someone, family member, husband, wife, sister, brother, etc. come home, but they didn't really come home, the dogs always hear it too, so you know. There really is something that was there. You're not just going crazy. Very good to have witnesses, even of the furry kind. Case file number 2465, written by Panzer Katzen. The fireplace that only played rock. A long time ago, I lived in a 1-story house, 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. This house had 2 fireplaces, one in the living room, and an old metal iron one that was in my room. Some nights I would hear sound coming from or behind the old fireplace, like music. But not creepy music. It sounded like a modern, late 90s, early 2000s rock radio station. It seemed to have commercials, have a DJ, and play rock music. Initially, I thought it was my dad listening to music in the living room, but I realized that was impossible when it would play even when my dad was asleep in his bed. I never tried to approach it or anything as far as I remember, and the nature of it meant I was never particularly fearful of it. Sometimes I would just fall asleep listening to the faint rock music, despite not knowing where it's coming from. In another house, much later, I would notice sounds I couldn't explain. One example was mouse clicking from the downstairs computer when nobody was using it. It freaked me out at first, but I eventually stopped caring about it. Twice I heard loud crashes somewhere in the house, searched it with weapons, and found nothing. Twice I noticed something in the kitchen would be vibrating or rapidly ticking. Once I zeroed in on the source, I could note the object, kitchen stuff like a glass or food container, was not visibly moving. Touching the object made it stop, in one case just putting my finger on it. On one occasion while in the enclosed patio, I heard growling coming from the darkness in the backyard. Then I immediately went inside. Case file number 2466, written by Original Ad, 2229. Little hands, no footsteps. I've been wanting to share this experience for a while, but every time I've held back, thinking that maybe it was just a momentary madness. It all happened about a year and a half ago, while I was driving to work. In fact, I had just turned right into the yard of my workplace when I saw two children walking down the alley in front of me, maybe 50 meters ahead. I slowed down just to be cautious, because kids have a tendency to run all over the place. It was 7:45 in the morning, and the children seemed to be between 3 and 5 years old. They were holding hands. One was wearing a blue coat, the other child was wearing a yellow one. They had their hats pulled up over their heads. I remember the moment quite clearly, and how I thought about what those children were doing alone in the yard, without their parents around. Actually, there wasn't really anyone around the yard besides them too. I was able to follow them with my eyes for about 5 seconds, trying to figure out the situation, until they turned left after a car parked right in front of the building where I work. I followed the same road almost immediately, the parking lot behind in the same direction. But when I turned left, the children were gone. They had nowhere to go on the road ahead. I kinda panicked at that moment, and also found it strange, because between the time they turned left and the time I turned left, they didn't even have the time to open the door of the building. Obviously, I expected that when I turned left, I would see them, at most in front of the door, but no. It felt like the moment they turned left after the car, they also disappeared into thin air. I got out of the car and went into the reception, still expecting to find the children there with their parents, but the reception was empty, as expected, considering that the program hadn't started. I kept replaying the images in my head, trying to find a logical explanation, thinking that maybe my mind had the impression that it was seeing those children. But the fact that the image of them was so clear, they're walking on the road in front of my car, their yellow and blue jackets, me trying to find their parents with my eyes, my thoughts at that moment, they were all real. Although I have some paranormal experiences, I've never categorized this experience as supernatural. Everything was so real, the image of the children was so clear and real. I didn't feel afraid. It's as if for a moment, a reality got mixed up with the one I was in, and just as suddenly, it's separated. Never had an experience like this before or after, so it stayed on my mind. Well, your explanation may be something akin to that, yes. The thin membranes between universes can sometimes coalesce or rub against each other, and you can have bleed-through events, perhaps like this. Or it's just a space-time portal, but probably going with the multiverse event. Case file number 2467, written by Lumpy Power 9269. The Tiny Jumper Lost to the Pines. About 15 years ago, while hiking in Glacier National Park with my son, who was about 8 at the time, we were coming downhill on a trail that was in a clearing, so I could see the whole trail for quite a distance. Way in front of me, I could see a man and woman who looked to be in their 60s coming towards me. A long ways behind them, probably 30 or so feet, was a little boy about 6 years old skipping up the trail. He was so far behind them that I was extremely worried that he would be injured by an animal, or something, because the couple was not paying any attention to him at all. So I kept my eyes on him the whole time, like I was in mom mode. He was very solid and real. I thought maybe he was in front of his family or something, and that they would appear from around the corner. As the couple came closer to us, they were coming uphill and we were going downhill. We were straight in line with each other, and I could still see the kid, and then all of a sudden I saw him jump in the air with his arms up like boys do. I could see this over the woman's shoulder, and then he just blinked out of existence. I thought maybe I just couldn't see him landing, but then we passed the couple and said hello, and there was nobody behind them. I turned to watch them go up the hill, and there was no kid anywhere. There was nowhere this kid could have gone. After a bit, I asked my son if he saw a kid, and he said, "Yes, but where did he go?" We never saw anyone else come up the trail. Later that day, I was so bothered by it that I kept looking for missing kid news reports, but never saw anything. I also had taken pictures of my son on the trail, so I had our geolocation coordinates, and I looked on a map to see if there was a campground close by, and there was nothing nearby. I will never understand what happened that day, but it's so clear in my memory, and I won't forget the feeling of passing those people and seeing nothing there. Case file number 2468, written by Tiddler. Hangers, lights, and no memories. I lived in my previous apartment for 2 years and have 2 separate incidents that my girlfriend and I can never explain. I've never posted these, but I feel like one of these occurrences is weirder than a lot of stuff I see in these kinds of threads. The first incident happened while changing out of the clothes we had hung in our closet for the winter. We were replacing the summer clothes with the winter ones. Unfortunately, our closet in this apartment was pretty small, so it was something that had to be done when the seasons officially changed. I had just finished boxing up the short sleeves and had a closet full of empty hangers. I had just turned to grab a long sleeve shirt from the box sitting on the floor and turned back to a closet full of hangers swinging in perfect unison. I remember freezing up and telling my girlfriend, who was sitting on the bed at the time, to come take a look at this crap. She was equally freaked out and confirmed that nothing had even been near the closet in the last 2 to 3 minutes. These were swinging in the closet, as if someone pushed them all at the exact same time, not just small swaying back and forth. This was vigorous. I have managed to convince myself that it could have been something structurally with the apartment, as it was an old duplex, and we just didn't notice, or something of the sort. It freaked me out, but people can offer a lot of potential solutions to something as simple as swinging hangers. So I basically dismissed what happened as just a weird incident until the actual messed up night that we really can't explain. A little background info to better explain why this next one is creepy. The layout of our bedroom. Like I said before, it was a duplex, but it was a converted 2-story home into an upper and lower. The lower had odd dimensions in rooms, and more than likely it's because they weren't designed to be bedrooms. Regardless, our room was extremely long, but fairly narrow. The light switch was next to the door, which was about 5 feet away from the end of our bed, for the overhead light on the ceiling fan, and we had a touch lamp sitting on the nightstand directly next to the bed. Our TV was on the far side of the room, and my girlfriend sleeps with it on every night. I'm a heavy sleeper and don't mind the light and the noise, so it works out fine for both of us. Dead silence actually wakes her up, so this stays on all night. Now, one night between 3 to 3:30, we both are sitting up in bed, but under the blankets with our backs against the wall, and all the lights in the room are on, but with the TV turned off. Both me and the girlfriend look at each other completely wide awake before I ask, "What the frick are we doing?" Neither one of us knows. We don't remember waking up. We didn't turn the TV off. We don't remember sitting up. And we sure as crap didn't turn on all the lights in our room that require you to physically get out of bed to flip the light switch. The fact we were both completely awake, staring at a blank freaking TV screen, with no explanation for any of it, still creeps me out just a type. Sleepwalking I would understand if I was alone in this, but we were both sitting up staring straight, until I kind of snapped to and said something. I have no idea how long we were sitting like this. Both of our memories of that night start with realizing the other person is sitting up in bed next to me. It's the weirdest thing I've ever experienced, and haven't really seen anything similar online. It does kind of sound like possession, but obviously without any crawling in the walls or demonic chanting. I wonder if this somehow could have something to do with a multiverse transfer order, the soul of a different copy of you and your girlfriend, both at the same time, were being transferred in, and something went wrong with the process. The memories weren't properly suppressed as they should be, or they were, but you became aware of that fact, that you were just sitting there. Because I think the process does take time. It's like downloading a large file into your computer from the internet. That's going to take time. I mean, how many gigabytes is a soul? Or petabytes? Couldn't even venture a guess. Case file number 2469. Written by Pixie Fox Creature. The time Grandma wrapped me in love. My grandma had passed away some months earlier, and I never got to say goodbye because I was living overseas. One night, I had a lucid dream and decided to call her in the dream and ask her to come and hang out with me. She said she had a few things to do first, but would see me at 2. Dream continues for a while. Suddenly I wake up, completely alert. I look at my phone. It changes from 1:59 to 2 a.m. on the dot at exactly that moment. I got pretty freaked out by that and decided to get up and go get a glass of water. Outside my room, there was a long hallway that led to the kitchen. I kid you not, there was a shimmery light the size of my grandma at the end of the hallway. I get scared crapless and turn on the light. As a skeptic, I decide that I must have imagined it and turn off the light again. Frick, it's still there. Lights on. I nope out of the idea of walking past it, so I back up towards my room again. At that moment, I get a memory that I had forgotten of my grandma teaching me to brush my teeth. I collapse down on the ground and start crying. It's the middle of winter and the house is cold, but I feel like someone has wrapped me in a warm blanket. There is pressure and warmth around my body, and I feel like I'm being hugged, while my mind keeps getting filled with memories about my grandma and loving vibes. I felt very comfortable and safe while I cried. Sometimes these stories are just so beautiful. So touching. Case file number 2470, written by Ambitious70, the desert tortoise with an alibi. I'm a pet sitter and was recently, in more than a week, into an 11-day stay. My clients have a cat, desert tortoise, an immaculate home. Nothing is out of place. I preface with the immaculate home because nothing is out of place and I keep it that way while sitting. There's a ceiling fan in my room that is operated by the light switch. On the night I'm posting about it, I flipped the fan on before I went to bed. I woke up at some point to pee, and because I was cold from the fan, as I got out of bed, I saw the fan moving and could feel the air, so I was going to flip it off as I walked out of the room to the bathroom. The switch was flipped down. Huh? Half asleep, I just flipped it up, fan was still whirring, and went to the bathroom. I flipped the switch off when I went back into my room, and the fan shut off. Fast forward to the morning. Fan is still off, all good. I go make my coffee, pour a cup, and start heading back to my room. I stopped dead in my tracks as I passed the range because there was a dish towel hanging from the stove that hadn't been there all week, let alone when I went to bed. What the hell? I don't think any of the pets have anything to do with this. How could they? Case file number 2471, written by Charles88. When a jog turned into a rescue mission. I had just taken up jogging. I'm lazy and jogging seemed like a good way to get some activity in. So I usually just jog around the neighborhood, and after a mile or two, I give up and go home. One day, I decided to jog to my parents' house, which is around 2 miles away. I've never jogged there before. It was longer than I had jogged before, and I wasn't even sure if they were home. So I take off, and when I'm around a quarter mile away from the house, I hear a "help" coming from the other side of a creek. This woman sounded like she was in a lot of pain, so I just booked it straight across the creek as fast as I could. And as I come out of the bushes, I see my mother with a bone sticking out of her arm. She was laying on the ground and her dog was sitting by her. She was in shock and kept saying, "What are you doing here? Why are you here? Is my arm broken?" I told her that I'm no doctor, but the bone is out of her arm is probably a broken bone. I run to her house, grab the keys to her car, and get her to the ER. The one day I decided to run to her house is the one day I find my mother on the ground in need of help. Apparently she was only on the ground for a few minutes prior to me getting there. She has never had a fall prior or since, and I have never jogged past that location prior or since. I just don't know what the chances are. Within minutes of her falling, I was there to help, and I had no business being anywhere remotely close to her location. Sometimes we just get instincts to do things, perhaps implanted, perhaps our subconscious guiding us, but one way or another, it is awesome. Case file number 2472, written by Boobhead265, Guac Chips, and a glimpse of the beyond. A couple years ago, I decided to go to a trade school to learn diesel mechanics. I took night classes because I worked during the day. Sometime during the first week after all got acquainted with our classmates and teachers, we were let go for the night. When I was about to drive back home, one of the guys in my class invited me and another student to eat at this restaurant down the road. I told him I was down and followed him and the other student to the Mexican place next door. When we got in the booth and sat down, I pulled out my phone and was scrolling from TikTok and checking my Snapchat stories. Around that time, the waitress came over and I put my phone down for a second to give the lady my order. When I grabbed my phone again and turned it on, for just a split second, I saw a picture of a totaled white Chevy. After I saw that, my phone turned itself off on its own, which wasn't too out of the ordinary. I turned it back on and started searching through my TikToks and Instagram and Snapchat stories to see where that picture came from and couldn't find it. I figured it was probably just a TikTok that I had missed before my phone turned itself off. About 20 minutes later, the friend who invited me and the other student to eat started talking about how he used to drive a white Chevy that had gotten totaled when an 18-wheeler ran a stop sign and hit him. He showed me the picture, and it was no joke, the exact same picture that flashed on my screen for a fraction of a second. I have really no idea how this could have happened. Still weirds me out to think about it. Case file number 2473, written by Brand Name Nerd, Panic, White Noise, and a Fake Sword. I used to live with my ex in her mother's home. Terrible idea, never do it. They had a dog upstairs, and my ex and I had the basement to ourselves and her cat. It was a smaller studio, but it worked for a while. The door to the apartment led to a hallway that had the laundry room and the stairs to go up to the rest of the house, and was normally dark. My ex had to be up for her job earlier, so she was already in bed, and I was watching something on Netflix or whatever. A pretty relaxed night. Had good food, wasn't super late into the night. I suddenly was feeling really anxious. Like I might cry, run, throw up, or all three anxious. I have anxiety issues, so it's not unheard of for me to deal with something like this from time to time. But it was an intense and sudden panic attack. Usually it's a slow build, or it's set off by something specific. I'm going through my normal, look at my surroundings and where I am, steps to calm myself down, when I hear what seems like white noise. Netflix was still on, so I paused it. Sound continued. I could block the sound by covering my ears, so it wasn't just in my head. The dog upstairs started barking frantically. The white noise sound got louder. My fear went up, and there was a creak on the steps. I was pretty sure that was my ex's mother. This would not be the first time I'd hear of her. There's the front door, the living room, the fact she was a heavy walker, and if the dog was barking at her like that, she would at least shush it. She'd text before coming down as to respect our privacy, and she was scheduled to work until 5 a.m., an ICU nurse. After the creak on the steps, I felt like I was vibrating from the adrenaline. And then the noise stopped, and the dog stopped barking. I felt like I was being watched, still, and feared that maybe someone broke in. Not sure how it would relate to the white noise, but I wasn't considering it at the time. Timidly shone my phone's light towards the hallway, but I was too far and the light wasn't strong enough to make a difference. Of course, my ex was still sleeping, and I was too afraid to have my eyes leave the door, and grabbed a fake sword I have for cosplay and stayed up for a while. The feeling of being watched never left, but nothing else happened. Eventually I went to bed. Confirmed later that no one had entered, no robberies, nothing. If the dog hadn't also been acting out at the same time, I would have ignored everything and passed it off as a panic attack. Right. The dog as your witness, another furry witness, and the white noise. Those you can't just brush aside. Case file number 2474, written by Loft13. Please hold while the house possesses your phone. One time, I was on the phone with a friend, doing dishes at the same time. I was facing the sink and had my back to the kitchen. In my peripheral vision, I see an arm extended and put a mug on the counter, a man's arm. So I assume it's my brother, so I turn to look at him. Only no one is there. The mug was there though. Left me without words for a moment. Also, in the same house, I would always use the computer in our basement. I was eating a bowl of soup while browsing YouTube or whatever, and my mom calls me upstairs. I go to the living room, and I'm helping her with chores or something, and the house phone rings. It's my best friend Chelsea. She asked me why I called her on my cell phone. Didn't say anything. Just breathed into the phone, then hung up. I was confused because I left my cell phone, LG Cosmos 3, downstairs, and I got chills. I went downstairs to see my cell phone was in the bowl of soup I had just been eating. The next story. My friend and I stayed in a cabin a couple summers ago. We had a dog sitting on the couch in the living room with us. Dog kept staring at the corner of the room and wouldn't look away. My friend freaked out, saying she just saw one of the large speakers by the TV move on its own. We don't feel safe and quickly run outside on the front porch. Shortly after going outside, she gets a Facebook message on her iPhone saying that I just posted on Facebook, which was impossible since I didn't have a phone on me at the time, and it would have been pointless to try with the cell reception so poor in the area. She opens the notifications, and it takes her to a picture I posted about 3 weeks prior of my 2 friends and I. She was not one of the 2 friends, was not tagged in the post, did not even like the post or anything. She had nothing to do with the post. The photo was already kind of freaky. We all had pretty crazed looks in our eyes from lack of sleep. But the description freaked me out. It said, "We never sleep." And lastly, not my story, but my 2 friends of mine were driving down a back road, and these are the kind that are dirt and 1 lane only. It's late at night and they're kind of just exploring whenever they come across a house that looks abandoned, but all the lights are turned on. My one friend recalled that they could see the fridge door open and nothing was inside, but that was it. They kept driving until the road ends in front of a large garage for a house. The garage door is open, but it looks pretty vacant. They get pretty creeped out, and as they start to get ready to turn around, they said that something came out of the garage. My friend described it as a dog's body, but it looked like it had a human face. I tried to call bullcrap on him, but he swore up and down that's what he saw. He and I love the paranormal, and I trust him immensely. He was very, very obviously freaked out by the incident. He told me that whatever the creature was, it just calmly stood there and stared at them. I thought maybe it was a pit bull or a bulldog, something with an oddly shaped face, or a dog with a disfigured face, but he denied any of it. Said it walked like a dog, but had the face of a man. But I've seen clips of pets and dogs looking at a particular area of a house, transfixed in that location, as if they see something. Sometimes they'll growl, sometimes they'll be petrified. They will look more afraid than any human I've ever seen, and they're just looking at a place where there's nothing there. Now, I wouldn't call that definitive evidence of the supernatural, but it definitely points to something, right? Whatever's there, I don't know if I want to know. Case file number 2475, written by Obamane Bora Bratwurst, McNuggets, Moon Terrors, and the Holy Mother of Nightmares. When I was about 5 years old, this had to be around 1998, I was in the backseat of my mom's car while she drove my brother and I home from McDonald's. I vividly remember it being really dark out, with almost no clouds in the sky, and the only source of light was the moon. It was practically a full moon and bright as hell, the brightest I've ever seen it. I remember looking out the car window and up at the moon, only to see something that would give me nightmares, and still messes with my brain to this day. As a kid, I always thought it was cool how the moon seemed to follow you home when you drove, so I always made a point to watch it as it followed us. This time, however, it was doing more than that. I looked up at it, and it was physically moving. I'm talking up and down, side to side, like the Mamba. Super scary to 5-year-old me. Of course, I start screaming and panicking, thinking aliens were descending on Earth, and my mom freaks out because she has a screaming child in her car. I pointed out to her, totally expecting her not to see it, but to my surprise, she actually saw it too. She pulls over and hugs me close and tells me that everything is okay. She then tells me that the reason the moon is doing that is because Mary, the Mother of God, I was raised in a very strict Catholic household, was controlling it to let us know she was there. I don't know why my mother thought this would calm me down, but it made everything worse. I started freaking out even more, thinking Mary was going to come down and try and kill me. My mom kept trying to get me to look at it, probably hoping it would calm me down once I realized nothing terrible was happening. I ended up freaking out so bad that she just drove home and told me that I should pray to Mary tonight and apologize for being so rude. Afterwards, I remember having horrific nightmares containing random religious figures and the moon. Sadly, my mother died when I was 9, so I can't ask her about it. And my brother was too young to remember. But I know it happened. I remember my mom explaining it to me, and I remember distinctly thinking she had lost it. I tried telling people years later, but I just ended up looking crazy. I know it actually happened though. To this day, that is the craziest thing I've ever seen that I still can't explain. Now, whenever I walk by a statue of Mary, I get legit goosebumps, and I have to leave the room. Me and the moon are okay though. Very good to know. Very good to know. We've had occasional moon stories on this channel, from the moon disappearing to the moon rippling almost like a hologram, but I don't know if we've ever had one where it was dancing, and you had a witness, of course your mom. Now, doesn't Mother Mary have anything to do with it? Probably not. I think that was a coping mechanism used by your mom, which fair enough. I mean, if you see something as crazy as the moon dancing in the sky, you gotta cope with it somehow. Case file number 2476, written by the chair in front. Barbecue, brothers, and the UFO that wouldn't cool off. First experience. My dad, brother, and me are camping in a forest, making barbecue at night, just having fun and laughing. Suddenly, and out of nowhere, my dad looks up to the only spot in which we could see the night sky from where we were. He tells us to watch. What we saw was a big, bright yellow star moving absurdly fast on the sky. Dad and my bro watched for like 10 minutes, and then got quickly bored. But I needed to keep watching it. So I went to a place where I could see the whole sky picture. There I watched for like 15 more minutes. I saw this thing moving fast on a diagonal direction, turn from bright yellow to orange, then to red. Then things started to move more slowly, and its red color started dimming. Like it was a hot piece of metal cooling off. What I swear I saw, and no one believed me, is that when the red glow dimmed off, I saw light reflecting out of something. Like if there was a translucent thing in which the moonlight refracts. I always believed it was a spaceship in my mind, cloaked. Second experience. We were on holidays, so me and my brother are sleeping in the same room. I was having this nightmare in which I was in a large house, like a mansion, and needed to protect my family from something. But in the dream, when they saw me, they ran away. So I chased them in a good way, like in a, "Why are you scared of me?" way. That good way eventually turned into a feeling of hatred and anger, like I suddenly wanted to kill my family. And the last thing that happened on that dream was me catching up with my family and grabbing my brother's arm. It was so intense, and it made me fear myself too. Well, crazy thing is I wake up in the middle of the night, startled, and just mumble out, "What the hell, man?" My brother answers, "Why were you angry?" Right out of his sleep. I asked him if he had dreamt the same thing, and he did. We both woke up at the same time and remembered each other's dream. That was weird as hell. A dream connection. It's almost like a shared holodeck experience. Case file number 2477, written by We're Puffin, Goldeneye, Papa John's, and the Vanishing Hours. Back in college, I was sitting in a field with my girlfriend. We were laying and staring up at the stars. It was a clear and quiet night, and we saw a bright shooting star and did the romantic wish upon a star conversation only young lovers have. After about 20 minutes of kissing, we go back to my place and meet up my friends at my place, and we realize it was much later than we thought. It was just my friend Jerry playing GoldenEye on N64. I said, "Hey, where's everybody else?" He told me, "You never showed up. We played GoldenEye and ate Papa John's for like 3 hours. We all figured you guys went somewhere to be rabbits." Turned out it was after 11 p.m., and I figured we had fallen asleep in the field. However, my girl corroborated my story, and it really felt like we'd only been gone for about 20-30 minutes tops. Under normal circumstances, I would have dismissed this as us losing track of time due to necking or falling asleep. Well, evidently, in that 3 hours of past time, there was a short but violent rainstorm right over our area. Our clothes are dry, and we never heard so much as a thunderclap or raindrop. I never explain this and just try not to dwell on it. Dare I say, UFO abduction? A romantic date with little green men. Maybe gray. Case file number 2478, written by Anonymous. He came, he perched, he partied. When I was 16, I opened the door to our backyard to check on my beagle, dog. He enjoyed sunbathing and often lounged outside all day. I noticed a pigeon walking near the dog. Our beagle had a very high prey drive, and I thought the bird was a goner. I mentally prepared myself for a bloodbath. Instead, my dog just sat up and let the pigeon walk all over him. I was shocked. I watched the scene play out for about 15 minutes or so, when I decided to run in and grab my camera, not digital back then. I also grabbed some bread to ensure the bird would stick around. The bird and my dog enjoyed some breadcrumbs while I snapped a few pictures. I noticed that the pigeon had a unique number tag on his leg, which was unusual for birds to have in our small town. About an hour later, my dog and I said goodbye to the bird to head to my friend's house for a pool party. Our beagle loved to swim, thus he was invited. We drove to my friend's house, which was about 5 miles away. When I opened the sliding glass door leading to my friend's backyard, we noticed a bird land on a chair. It was the same pigeon. Same tag and all. My beagle walked up to his bird pal and nudged him with his nose, and their courtship continued. The bird hung out with us the rest of the day. When we left the party, I hoped that the bird would follow and we would all live happily ever after. Unfortunately, we never saw my beagle's bird friend again. This is rather adorable indeed. Perhaps a highly intelligent bird, which many are. Case file number 2479, written by Anonymous. The Gospel According to Friendbird. I was up early before leaving for work, and my wife was awake but still in bed. My computer desk was right next to the front window, so I was killing time before I had to leave on the internet when I heard something go tap, tap, tap on my window. I thought it was my father-in-law messing with me. He lives across the street. And he's always doing annoying crap like that, shining flashlights in our windows or knocking on our back door. I pull the curtain back and I see a little bird, later ID'd as a juvenile mockingbird, with one out-of-place feather on its head, perched on the window. It looked at me, made a weird little caw sound, and flew away. That seemed a little odd, but I went back to the computer when, less than a minute later, I heard the same tap on the window. I open the curtain, and there's the bird again. It looks at me, makes its sound, then flies up to a tree branch outside my window. I called to my wife. There's a bird outside that's trying to get my attention. So she wouldn't think I was leaving for work and rush to kiss me goodbye or anything when I open the front door. I step outside and look, and the bird is gone. But just that second, a city utilities truck was pulling up in front of my house. I went to talk to the guy, and he was there to just shut off my water because we forgot to pay the bill. I convinced him to go ruin somebody else's day first, while I ran down to the fiesta to pay the bill. If it wasn't for that bird, my water would have been shut off, and that would have really sucked. That day, I started the first church of Friendbird. Since then, I've had a number of strange experiences with birds, but that was the weirdest one. The religion of friend bird. That sounds rather nice. Case file number 2480, written by Romez72. The night noises, the sacred apple, and my WTF moment. Ever since I was 5 years old, I would hear these weird noises nearly every single night. Sometimes the noises would sound like a mixture of a rooster and an angry cat. And only once or twice it sounded like a woman crying in agony and groaning in pain in my right ear. I used to sleep in the same room as my mother, father, and younger brother at the time. I would immediately wake them up when I would start hearing these noises, but as soon as I would wake them up, the noises would stop instantly. My mom and dad would always say, "It's probably just a cat outside the window. Don't be scared, go to sleep." Then, when I was 9 years old, we moved to a different state. The first 2 to 3 months at the new apartment were peaceful. I was happy because I assumed maybe it was just that house that had something in it, because the weird noises I used to hear every night are gone. But all of a sudden, it started again. The same weird chicken and cat-like noises came back. This time, I had my own room too, so I didn't wake anyone up about it at night to tell them. I just put up with it. Then in 2003, I was 12 years old. We moved to another house in the same state, and I heard the weird noises at night at that place too. Finally, in 2011, I was 20 years old now. We took a trip to India to visit family. We went to this temple. There was a priest there, highly respected. My mom kept insisting that I tell him about these noises I'd been hearing for a long time. I was hesitant because there were a lot of people around him, and I didn't want them thinking I was crazy or judging me. But I went ahead and told him since my mom wouldn't stop pushing me to do so. I guess she wanted him to do a prayer or something for me. So I told him about it. Afterwards, he handed me an apple and said, "Just eat this, and you won't hear it ever again." I looked at him like, WTF, and that was it. He gave me the apple, said that, and walked away. So I ate the apple. Never heard those noises ever again. I still don't know what was causing those noises, and why I was the only one hearing them in my family. And I don't know how the heck a freaking apple fixed it. It's very strange. I'm just glad it stopped though. I wonder if this could be related to some sort of placebo effect. We don't know where the sounds were coming from, if they were real or not. They must have been in your head though. I mean, go back to Neo asking Morpheus, what is real? Real is just electrical signals interpreted by your brain. Well, yeah, that's true. So something was going on up here that no one else could hear. And maybe just believing that the apple would fix it enabled your mind to fix itself. Something like that. Like a sugar pill that cures cancer, when really it's just the body doing it. Case file number 2481, written by Javanese Ball, ACU, PTU, and the sorcery of regulation compliance. So I was 18 at the time in basic training. According to Army Regulation 670-1, you are not allowed to mix the physical training uniform with the Army combat uniform. This includes wearing your PT shorts under your ACU trousers. We go out to the land navigation range to learn how to use a map and compass. It's a bunch of woods in Georgia in mid-April. Absolutely beautiful. We had just gotten our block of instruction, and were plotting our points before we set off to do the range when we hear, "Company, fall in." We fall in by the platoon, and our drill sergeant comes up. "All right, Joes, somebody over in 2nd platoon got caught wearing their PT shorts under their pants. So now I gotta come and check and make sure nobody else is messing up. Go ahead and drop trow." The guy next to me elbows me and whispers, "Yo, Al, this ain't good, man." "Why not?" "I got my shorts on." "Freaking why?" "In case we gone hoop." Yes, he was seriously concerned that we might have to play basketball in the middle of a forest at Fort Benning. I told him to figure it out and started praying to the army gods that our punishment would be swift. Anyway, drill sergeant comes down our rank, checking to make sure everyone has their uniform in order, and he gets to me. "All right, you're good, troop. Put your pants back on. Get to the guy next to me. Yep, go ahead and pull him up. And I think, what the hell? I look over and he's got his standard issue underwear on as per regulation. Blew my freaking mind. Later I asked him what had happened to his shorts, and he pulls them out of the pouch of his camel back, fully intact. To this day I lie awake at night wondering how that motherfricker took his shorts off without unlacing his boots, removing his pants, or ripping the shorts. I can't make sense of it. Private Murphy, if you're listening to this, you gotta explain that crap. Case file number 2482, written by Chippy Lipton. When the only thing creepier than the rent is the house. Had some weird experiences at a student house in York, UK, a couple of years ago. I lived in a terraced house on a tiny street with 2 other girls. The house was creepy as hell, weird feelings, maggots coming through the carpet in my bedroom, etc. I eventually had to move out after about 6 months due to this, and was semi-convinced there was a body under my room, due to the extent of it, and the fact a fairly famous unsolved disappearance happened nearby. It's too long to go into, but lots of weird crap happened. Even skeptical friends hated the house. With someone who does not believe in anything bolting from the house in fear, when no one else was in it, I used to hear knocks at the back door, and the sound of someone saying, "Please let me in." And then, when I would go to open the door, there would be no one there. We had an 8-foot wall surrounding the back garden with a sheer drop, and the gate was always locked from our side, so that was always confusing. One of my skeptical housemates also saw stuff. She was up at 6 a.m. one morning for work, doing her makeup in bed with a hand mirror. Her boyfriend was in bed beside her. She could hear his breathing and see him under the duvet. Then he walked through the bedroom door. There was suddenly no one beside her. She has no idea what was in her bed, but suddenly the duvet resettled itself down, as if someone had just moved out of bed. Another time, she was making a cup of tea in the kitchen and heard the door go. She heard our other housemate walk into the hallway. You get to know the sound of certain people walking when you live with them. And shouted to her, asking her if she wanted a cup of tea, bringing upstairs. Housemate then had just walked in, answered, saying yes, please. But when the other one went upstairs to give her the tea, there was no one there. She checked the whole house and the doors were locked. Yeah, maybe if the rent was $1. Actually, I think I'd have to be paid to stay there. I guess that would kind of work with the channel. Being paid to live in a haunted place would save on rent and make some extra money, as long as they don't interfere with the computer. Case file number 2483, written by Skunkuna, Tall Grass, Giant Wasps, and a Bladder Emergency. When I was growing up in Eastern Europe, my parents would take us on walks to a place that has this unique natural architecture with tall eroded stone spires and natural bridges. Towards the end of one of these trips, while walking back to the car, I really needed to take a leak. We were walking on the road besides a hedgerow, maybe 5 feet high and 4 feet thick, beyond which was a long wooden fence and rows of houses. Suddenly I saw a hole in the hedgerow just big enough for a little kid to fit through, so I went in. To my surprise, I found myself in a large clearing with a canopy of thick vegetation, high above my head, blocking the sunlight. There was a wall of impossibly tall reeds to my right, and the ground felt as if it was made of soft rubber. As I proceeded with my business, I noticed a deep hum and the fluttering of insect wings. It was made by what appeared to be huge hornets. There was an alarming number of them, and they were of a tropical size. I collected insects as a kid, and I was sure I had never seen anything like these before. As they made me nervous, I finished up and ran out of there to rejoin my parents. Whenever we go back, I was obsessed with trying to find that place again. I never did. What still bakes my noodle is that even if that whole experience was a brief hallucination or a trick of memory, I could never find a spot in that hedgerow that was big enough for a kid my size to fit into and stand up in, let alone walk around for 10 minutes. So, portal to Narnia, portal to jungle Narnia, through a hedgerow, not a closet. Hey, who knows? Case file number 2484, written by Area Man XZ. The shock before the silence. I've had a number of strange experiences that I still can't explain. The one that stands out the most happened about 3 years ago and occurred the morning of my papa's passing. Just a bit of background. He was my step-grandfather, as my mom had lost her dad when she was 4. The papa that I knew loved myself and my brother and sister. He was a World War II vet, came from very little, was extremely humble, and showed so much compassion towards everything in life. Heck, some of my earliest memories are of me spending time with him. My papa was aging, and he was on his way out, so our family all gathered one last time, Tuesday evening I believe, to all say our final goodbyes. It was extremely hard for me to say goodbye, because he had such an impact on me growing up. Anyway, I reassured him I loved him, and that I was still in school, staying out of trouble. Even though he was in such a bad state, he managed to show one last smile. Flash forward to early Wednesday morning. It was around 4:30 a.m. when suddenly I was jolted awake. It felt like I had received an electric shock, and I sat right up in bed, fully awake. My entire house was quiet, so I didn't think too much of it. I tried to fall back asleep but couldn't. About half an hour later, I hear the phone ring and knew what it was going to be. My papa had passed away. Upon going to see him one last time, my mother, my sister, and I were told that he had probably passed a little before we received the call. I still can't explain why I woke up so fervently that morning, but I like to think it was my papa's way of saying goodbye one last time, or at least your soul was connected to him enough to know when the tether was severed. Case file number 2485, written by Corporate Custer. Lost time, found gold. So, have I got a story for you all? I need to write this out because it's completely unexplainable, and I'm dumbfounded. 2 Sundays ago, my wife and I went to Costco to buy a bangle set for her. When we got to the store, she took off the bangle she was currently wearing, a sentimental gift, to try on the new set. We decided to buy the new ones. I remember handing her the original bangles before we left. On the way home, I stopped at Xfinity to switch out my router for a new one. Then we went home and ate some pizza. I told my wife she couldn't have the new bracelets yet since it wasn't her birthday, so I hid them. The next day, I reconnected a few internal house cameras to the new router, and life went on. Wednesday, I decided to go ahead and give her the gift. When she went to put on the new bracelets, she realized her original bangles were missing. We assumed she must have taken them off somewhere in the house, so we started looking. But nothing. We searched for days, top to bottom, every room, every drawer. Gone. The house cameras show that she didn't have them on Monday evening, so we figured they were lost between Sunday and Monday. We called Costco and had them check out the security footage. They confirmed we left the store with both sets of bangles, because they could see the originals on her hand. She checked her drawers at work. Nothing. I searched the house so many times I started searching the same spots over and over. 2 days ago, we basically gave up. Then, last night, I was washing out my little water bottle. After dinner, I went to clean it with a dish rag. I had already wiped down a few dishes and grabbed the bottle. I've been using this bottle all week. I took it everywhere. Washed it multiple times, and even had ice and Pedialyte in it. As I cleaned it, with the dish towel partially closed in my hand, the 2 bracelets suddenly appeared, like they popped into my hand. I cannot explain it. It felt like a magician made them appear, but it was just me and my wife. And I felt like I broke the bottle or something, but no. It was both bangles directly in the center, with the towel directly in the center of my hand. Here's the crazy part, as if this wasn't already crazy enough. We've tried to put the bangles back in or around the water bottle opening, just to see how they could have gotten there, and it's not possible. They're too loose and would shake around inside. We would have heard or seen them, and don't fit through the outside mouth of the bottle. I had cleaned the bottle multiple times this week. Nothing was in it, and it wasn't in the towel either. We've been using that same dish rag all week. If the bangles had been in it, we'd have noticed. They're gold, heavy, you'd feel them. We are simply stunned. My wife's already given up trying to figure it out. I haven't figured it out and found an explanation. I can't. I have no explanation. It's driving me nuts. It's a weird story and not one I'm willing to tell most people I know because it makes me look crazy. This is the most common glitch. You're not crazy at all. This happens all the time. It's happened to me. It's probably happened to like half the people watching this video. If I had to guess. Maybe more. I don't know. But yeah, most people won't go out of their way to share this experience because they don't want to seem kooky. But you're not. You're really not. It's just DOP, Disappearing Object Phenomenon. Case file number 2486, written by Nerul. Excuse me, ma'am. You're not on the futon roster. I grew up with a divorced family, and the house my mom had was kinda weird. We always joked it was haunted, because sometimes weird things happened. When my younger sister and I would stay the night, we had futons. We would lay them out in our baby siblings' rooms, and we'd crash there. I would stay in my brother's room in the corner diagonal from the door, and my sister would stay with our baby sister in her room. She made a habit of laying her futon right next to the baby sister's bed, because little sister had a habit of sleepwalking, so if she started to get out of bed, older sister would get stepped on and had to wake up and get her. This was a good setup, since my sister was a light sleeper. This is important. We always slept with the doors cracked open. So if someone went to the restroom, they wouldn't wake up the others. Both bedrooms were at the end of a long, narrow hallway, which had no other rooms attached. One night, I'm quietly talking to my boyfriend on the phone, while my brother is sound asleep. The whole house is asleep, and I have insomnia, so I'm the only person awake. It's about 1 a.m. I see an outline of a person come in and open the door a little, like they're peeking in. It's the exact height of my baby sister, and the outline looked like it had long hair and a nightgown. I muttered to my boyfriend that my baby sister is sleepwalking, and I need to go lead her back to bed. Stepping out into the hallway, I can see her silhouette clearly, thanks to the streetlight coming in from the window, from the living room at the end of the hall, and start following her down the hall, quietly trying to catch her, until I pass my sister's room. My sisters like to sleep with their door wide open so they could come and go, and also had a nightlight so I could see clearly into the room from the hall. Both my baby sister and middle sister are sleeping in their respective beds, and there was no way baby sister could have gotten out of bed without waking the other. At this point, I was still on the phone with my boyfriend, so he had heard me quietly mumble and complain about her sleepwalking, and now heard the slightly louder whisper of, "WTF?" Looking back down the hallway, the outline is still there, shuffling down the hall, like a sleepwalking person. I start following it out of curiosity, but only manage to go another foot or two before it hits the entryway of the living room and disappears. Boyfriend hears another WTF from me, followed by a, "Oh no, it's too late for this crap," and then I head back to bed. Explain what had happened once I got back to bed. Whole experience lasted maybe 2 to 3 minutes tops. Was that my sister's soul? Yeah, it probably was. Case file number 2487, written by Kremlin Gremlin 82, When the Reaper Has Mood Lighting. Ex-husband and I once rented an apartment in a creepy building right across from the cemetery. He worked third shift and I didn't, so I went to sleep alone at around 2 to 3 a.m. All of a sudden, I woke up to a bright blue light to the left of me. I turned my head, and there was a dark figure standing inside of an intense neon blue light. It was cloaked, and I couldn't see any facial features. I couldn't move or do anything but watch. The figure, about 6 foot tall, started moving with the light around the foot of my bed and moved to my right. It stood there for a moment, then reached out with its hand. It had long, bony fingers, and touched me on my arm. There was a slight zap, and I woke up or came to. The figure was gone, but everything was just like in real life, and it really didn't feel like waking up from a dream. I had a most severe sense of dread. It was the most severe sense of dread I've ever experienced in my life. I quickly got up and turned on all the lights and a TV, and then called my ex. He told me, of course, that it was probably a dream, and I understand him, but it felt very real, not like any nightmare I've ever had. I got dressed and walked to my mom's house 2 miles away. Needless to say, I did not sleep in that apartment after that. This traumatized me so much that even thinking about it would make me cry. I've been trying to find people with a similar experience since then. Later, I found out about sleep paralysis and thought maybe that was it. I'd give everything to know what happened. Yeah, well, sleep paralysis could fit, although how frequent is it to have one experience of sleep paralysis and never again? To my knowledge, if you have it, it's something that will happen again, multiple times. What is the frequency? Once a month? I think I've heard people have it almost every day or every night, or once a month. Relatively common occurrence if it's something part of you. Case file number 2488, written by T.W. Wysted, F8. The Rotating Cabinet of Culinary Mysteries. I'm aghast right now. My boyfriend and I are cooking together in his late mother's kitchen. He was looking for breadcrumbs, which we always have a surplus of, and I told him they're in the rotating cabinet. He can't find them, so I look for myself, and I can't find them either. I went round and round and round many times and couldn't find them. He went round and round and round. I even went so far as to reach way back behind the turntable part to see if they had fallen off. I retrieved several items that were probably 7 years or more old back there, from when his mother was still alive. No breadcrumbs. So we decided to make some breadcrumbs by whizzing some croutons in the blender. We completed that, and then he went into the same cabinet to get something else and says, "You're not going to believe this. Maybe Mom is playing tricks on us now." 2 cans of breadcrumbs are there, prominently placed, and exactly where I would normally put them. My boyfriend is not a practical joker, and he would never have been able to keep a straight face through this whole exchange, even if he were. It would be his first practical joke. No one else is in the house. These cans of breadcrumbs are on the shelf, and they are so conspicuous, so obvious, not obscured in any way or behind anything. You can literally see them from the next room. I can't accept the possibility that we just happened to miss them the first dozen times we both looked. Case file number 2489, written by 45 Minutes of Roadhead. She came with the light, and left with my heart. My grandmother, whom I called Nanny, died when I was almost 3 from a heart attack. We were extremely close, because she kept me every day while my parents were at work. I can still remember my parents telling me that she had died, and I understood that it meant something bad happened and that I wouldn't be able to see her anymore. Anyway, I always slept in bed with my parents. About 2 months after her death, I woke up in the middle of the night and slithered out of bed, walking into the living room. I thought the sun was up because there was light coming through the blinds. Someone knocked on the door, and for whatever reason, I opened it. It was my nanny. She looked a bit younger, and her skin looked like it was glowing from underneath. I couldn't see past her because the lights behind her were too bright. I jumped into her arms and exclaimed, "I thought you were dead." She giggled and told me that she missed me and that she was coming to see me one last time. She told me she loves me and will always be near me, even if I can't see her. We said our goodbyes, and she sent me back into the house. When I shut the door, the lights were no longer coming through the blinds, and it was dark out. I went back to my parents' room and crawled into the bed, and went back to sleep after a bit. The next day I told my parents about it, and they insisted that it was a dream, and I argued with them about it. Today I'm not superstitious, but it's been one thing I've experienced that I've never been able to fully understand or explain. It was so real. It was real. Case file number 2490, written by A New Chapter of Life. The red one landed left, the white one right. Since January, I've had 2 occurrences where tiny, size of the metal part of a ballpoint pen, appear and float down in a specific pattern that I can't explain. I guess the best way to describe it is as they're dancing. The first was bright red, constant, floated down until it landed on my left arm, and then disappeared. I felt relief and was not scared. But after looking up what it could be and finding nothing but physical ailments, I booked an appointment to get my eyes checked and replaced my CO2 detectors. Everything is good there, and I almost forgot about it. That brings me to tonight. I'm sitting on the couch, and from about 15 feet up in my living room, I see a tiny flash. It's a tiny white flashing speck. It's floating, dancing, down. And as it gets between my son and I, he looks at me and says, "Mom, do you see that? What is it?" And it landed on my right arm and disappeared. I am entirely confused, and now I have proof that it's not me having a medical emergency. I'm not going crazy. It's not dehydration or being overtired, not carbon monoxide. It was real, and they're beautiful. Can someone please let me know what it is I could be experiencing? I've made a mental note to write down if anything changes for me after these experiences. My mom asked me if I felt anything when it landed either time. I can just say absolute wonderment. I can't stop thinking about it. Well, yeah, very good that you had your son as a witness. Now you know something really is there. We have these tiny black dots where reality doesn't seem to render for a brief period of time, usually very tiny. And now we have bright white dots. Is it more like an excitement of a given area where the black dots are lack of rendering, the white dots are over rendering? Case file number 2491, written by Middle Chemistry 5251. One beach, two realities. My friend, Kate, and I were walking along the beach. So as I was aware, we were going to meet Kate's sister from the other side of the rocks that separates the beach. While looking ahead, I see Kate's sister on the rocks. I see her waving at us, and I tell, "Kate, look, there she is." And Kate waves, and sees her too. In her side, she saw her sister getting down from the rocks onto the other side. I still kept seeing her wave, looked away, and she wasn't there, so I assumed she already got down. As we went to the other side of the beach, we noticed there was no one. Kate asked me, "Did you see her go anywhere else?" I wasn't sure since we both saw her on the rocks standing there, waving, and then not there on the other side as we thought. Then we looked back where we came from. There it is. We find Kate's sister. We asked her, "We just saw you standing on the rocks waving at us." Kate's sister was confused. Like she told us, no, she just got here to meet us. What's weird to us is we both saw the same person, but Kate, however, saw her sister do something else, while I saw a different version of Kate's sister. I saw only half of her body waving from the rocks. These rocks are very rough and can cut you if you're not careful. For Kate, she saw her sister standing on the rocks, getting down, not really waving, but more like saying, "Over here." Case file number 2492, written by Nomish8. Altitude, attitude, and an uninvited wingman. For years, I flew search and rescue, and the organization I flew with had gotten our wing a new mountain rescue plane, turboprop with FLIR. The downside, we had to go pick it up a state and a half away. As one of the few IFR certified pilots in our local organization, I was tasked with flying it back. So we planned our mission out. Roger and I would fly out after getting lunch as the plane wasn't available until 4 p.m. Then he would fly one back and I'd get our new one. Knowing we were going to have to go over the Cascade Range, we were required to take oxygen with us. This is important later on. The flight was uneventful. We got out, stretched, signed the paperwork, programmed the radio to our region's frequencies. Pre-flight, agreed on a radio channel to use for our comms, and got ready to head out. For the most part, the flight back was pretty uneventful. We started our climb above the mountain range and put our oxygen on. However, as we were crossing over the Cascades, my radio crackled to life. "Hey, Nomish8, traffic 2 o'clock high. Looks like we're converging." As I'm looking through the clouds, I see what he's talking about. A triangle of all white lights. I keyed back up. "You sure they're converging? Those nav lights are white. Looks like we're behind them." I'm positive. Been watching them for a few minutes now. Also, notice they don't have beacons on. Never seen that lighting configuration either. Kinda weird. Yeah, kinda is. Keep an eye on it. After about 15 minutes, it was now at my 3 o'clock, and I was only able to see lights through the clouds, but it appeared to be tracking us. I was a little nervous about a collision, but given the clouds, I couldn't be certain just how close it was, so I chimed up to Seattle Center. Seattle Center, can I get a proximity check? Nearby aircraft seems to be converging on us, but with weather conditions I can't be certain just yet. Do our flight plans converge? Seattle Center let me know that the only other aircraft with me was Rogers, and that our flight plan was still clear and safe. Weird. We continued on, closely watching this supposedly non-existent set of lights in the sky, easily following us. After about 30 minutes, it got more interesting. A fourth light came on, and then, all of a sudden, it shot straight up, faster than I've ever seen anything ascend, and I've seen rocket launches and F-15s in full afterburner climb. This easily put them both to shame, and just like that it was gone. Roger and I talked about it quite a bit on the way back. We had never seen anything like it. We reported it during our debrief, and the organization chalked it up to hypoxia, even though we both saw it, and were both on oxygen. I still have no idea what it was we saw. However, we're not the only ones that have seen this pattern of lights. Apollo 17 took an image that looked very similar on a moonwalk. A local Fox station reported them over Detroit in 2013, and many more sightings. I don't think it was hypoxia. I don't think it was either. UFOs! Case file number 2493, written by Pristine Culture, 847. The laugh that solved the Matrix. I read here many stories of glitches, and they are so crazy that sometimes they need crazy explanations to make them make sense. I have experienced my share of those, but finding an explanation for them is difficult, and might even be extremely bizarre. But a rational explanation sometimes works. I remember many years ago, I was home in the middle of the afternoon. I was peckish, so I grabbed some fresh sweet bread from the pantry, put it on the table, cut a nice thick slice of it, left the slice on the table, turned around and put the sweetbread back in the pantry. Then I go grab the slice of sweetbread from the table, and it's gone. I thought I was going crazy. A true glitch in the Matrix indeed. I even felt nervous and sick when I saw that the slice was gone. What the heck just happened? I felt dizzy and concerned about my mental health. I knew I cut a slice of sweetbread and put it on that table. Now it's gone. I started thinking maybe I was somehow sleepwalking and woke up. I did have a very interesting sleepwalking adventure back then. Anyway, I was still very much peckish, so once again I got the sweetbread out of the pantry again. This time, I would not take my eyes off of it. I cut another slice and started eating it before it disappeared into thin air. As I was eating it, I started hearing muffled laughter that grew louder and louder. I froze in place. I look under the kitchen table, and what do I find? My silly cousin was under the kitchen table eating my slice of sweetbread. Somehow he had gotten inside our house and was hiding under the kitchen table the whole time I had been home. He has a voracious appetite and does anything to get his hands on food. Having sneakily stolen my sweetbread when I wasn't looking, he was now devouring it under the table. Besides eating, he laughs a lot, a very particular crazy sounding laugh that everyone in town recognizes from a mile away. His laughter gave him away. If it wasn't for that, I would have lived life believing I had experienced a glitch in the Matrix. I have so many stories about my cousin. Having moved half a world away, I haven't seen him in over 10 years. May you be happy, and may we see each other again. Well, this is cute, and I like including little stories like this where it's not a glitch, but in another light. Again, if he hadn't known his cousin was there, it definitely would have been considered a glitch, right? A classic DOP. Now, obviously, I don't think every DOP instance is because someone has a cousin hiding in the closet or under the kitchen table. But it is good to remember that sometimes there is a rational explanation. Just keep that in mind. Case file number 2494, written by United Software 5084. Caught between golf carts and glitches. Setting and backstory. I, 42 female, work at a summer camp in upstate New York. I'm a nurse, and the infirmary is right across a little golf cart path from an open-sided shed called the Milk Station. The Milk Station is a roof held up by 7-foot-tall 4x4s in each corner. There is no obstruction of view from any side. The health center parks our golf cart on a little gravel spot next to the stairs to the clinic. It's loud, crunchy gravel, and is definitely noticeable when someone parks there. This space is directly across a 5-foot-wide golf cart path from the Milk Station. Just so everyone can picture this, the area where the story takes place is about 20 feet of linear space from the Milk Station to the parking spot. You cannot be looking toward the clinic and the golf cart parking from the Milk Station and not see it. There are absolutely no obstructions to the view. It's just an open path, no bushes or plantings on either side. Okay, one day, near the end of summer of 2019, I left the clinic with a coworker to go across to the other side of the camp. We walked down the steps of the clinic and got into the golf cart to drive to the other side. There were 2 other staff members eating lunch and talking while sitting at the Milk Station. We waved, made small talk, and left. 10 minutes later, we got back to the clinic, parked the cart, and as I exited the cart, my butt hit the bike bell we had mounted on the side rails. I laughed at myself for making such an obnoxious exit to the golf cart. As I walked around the cart, I looked over at the Milk Station to make a self-depreciating joke about the bell, but noted that the other staff members had gone. I went inside the clinic and dropped off my things, and then walked back outside about 5 minutes later to walk down to my cabin. As I walked down the steps, I noted that the other 2 staff members had come back to the Milk Station and were seated where they had previously been when I first left. They looked surprised to see me, and asked when I had come back. I said a few minutes before, and then asked them where they had gone. They looked genuinely confused and said they hadn't gone anywhere. They hadn't left the Milk Station the entire time, and hadn't seen us come back to the clinic. I was bewildered. I told them about hitting the bell with my butt and checking the station for them when we returned, and they were definitely not there. They were equally bewildered, because they had not seen nor heard us drive back up or get out and pass within 10 feet of them to go back into the clinic. I wanted to verify all this with my friend, so I called her out of the clinic and, without any explanation, we asked her if she had seen them when they had returned to the clinic. She said no, they hadn't been there. That she had looked over to make a joke about them taking an extra long break, but that they weren't there. None of the 4 of us were ever able to explain why we hadn't been able to see or hear the other pair on our return to the clinic. I work at this camp every summer, and nothing like this has ever happened since then. This is as close to a glitch in the Matrix as I've ever had come in my life. This is just one of those instances of split realities where you're seeing a reality, it's truly there, but it's just not your universe. And it's almost like a split in the land, but it's more because the membranes are close by to these universes. So what you see isn't your originating universe. Now, who was in which, I don't know, can get confusing for sure. Case file number 2495, written by Hamkill. Above the fridge lies madness. My wife and I are very much creatures of habit. Every night after work and hanging out, doing our thing, we prep for the morning. We both work very early, so this sets us up for success. We do a meal shake for breakfast, and I pack us each a lunch that's usually some sort of grain salad. On the weekends, sometimes we make each other a nice breakfast. Something hot, like pancakes or a big American breakfast. Anything that's not cold like the shakes we've had all week. Which is why I found it strange that one day, going about our routine, my wife was pulling down our KitchenAid mixer from above the fridge and let out a, "What the hell?" I walked into the kitchen and asked, What's up?" In her hand was a box of opened, not stale, barely eaten, Whole Food brand Honey Nut Cheerio knockoff cereal. What the hell indeed. Neither of us drink much milk, we don't eat cereal, and we rarely have people over to spend the night, much less bring food. We immediately start going through all of our valuables. Nothing is missing or out of place. Just a box of cereal on top of the fridge that we never bought. Classic multiverse DOP, where the you guys over there lost cereal, because over there you're ravenous cereal consumers. Or just like it occasionally, I don't know. Case file number 2496, written by Susan the House Cat. Fairies start as shrimp, obviously. When I was a kid, I was super into fairies and mystical crap like that. I lived near a small forest and long field with a stream going through the middle of it. The woods started at the end of the field, and the same stream followed through into the woods. In the stream water, you'd often see these tiny little gray shrimp-like things along the edges on rocks. One day I asked my mom what they were, and she told me they were fairies. I was like, why don't they look like fairies? You know, the stereotypical fairies, little people with wings. And she explained to me that's what they look like as babies, like caterpillars into butterflies. This made 100% sense to me as a small child, so it was good enough for me, and that basically became fact for me. I actually still call the little shrimp things fairies. People always give me such confused looks, so I have to explain. Anyway, one day, this wasn't too long before I would stop believing in fairies and other things, but I was on the edge of the belief still. I was walking into the woods. I think I was with my mom and sister, and they had walked on ahead without me a little. It was a small forest. I knew my way around, no chance of getting lost. And I was at this intersection, where the stream branches off into about 4 different directions. And I don't know what I was doing, but I suddenly stopped and looked up, and not too far away from me, I saw this thing. It was small, probably about 2 inches, and floating. It was such a weird shape. It was like a plumb bob, but the neck was shorter, and it had a head, which is kind of shaped like a small tulip, but it didn't have a face or eyes or any sort of details really. Not that I could see it at least. And it had what I assume were wings, but didn't flap up and down or back and forth. They spun around the neck, like helicopter blades, but it didn't just float, it darted, up, diagonal, paws left, paws right. And it wasn't a windy day, there was no gust of wind, and even if there were, it didn't move like something manipulated by wind. It's hard to explain. If it wasn't for the way it moved and the shape of it, I would think it was one of those falling things, or maybe even a dragonfly, but it was so clear to me at the time. I was certain it was neither of those things. I always try to remember what color it was, but I just can't. But the shape I perfectly recall, because I drew it over and over again for months after I saw it. I watched it for a long moment. I was amazed, transfixed. There was no doubt in my mind that I was witnessing a fairy, a real-life fairy. It made sense to me that they wouldn't look like the fairies in the books when they are born as shrimp things. Obviously, they'd be more insect-like. I looked away for a second to see if my mom and sister were still in view, and called them, shouting, "Mom, Mom, I found a fairy!" But when I looked back, it was gone. My mom came over thinking I meant the fairies, shrimp things, but I was like, no, I mean a real fairy. She was like, "Oh wow, really?" You know the way adults do when they're trying to humor a child, but the child doesn't pick up on it? Yeah. I didn't pick up on it, so I made a fool of my little self trying to explain it to her. She obviously thought I was making it up, playing pretend or something. But although I was very imaginative as a kid, I never did anything like that. I never claimed anything I was pretending was real, and before this, I'd never actually seen anything, not even imaginary. Now I wonder if it was just my child brain having a fanny attack and going a bit wonky, hallucinating. But I've never hallucinated anything before in my life, so why would I have hallucinated for that one moment? And like I said, maybe I just saw that one thing and looked like something else. But although I only watched it for a moment, it was still long enough to get a clear view of it. The shape of it was so odd and specific, it just stood out to me. It was one of those moments where everything else just seemed still. Anyways, these days I don't believe in fairies, but this is a memory I have, and belief, or lack of, doesn't change what I saw. So while it might not have been a fairy, it definitely was something very odd. Yeah, so back to possible rational explanations, it could have just been some kind of insect that you weren't aware of, maybe one that isn't even discovered. I mean, the world is a big place, so we never know about that. Or maybe, hell, it could have been a real fairy, I don't know. Always open that door to possibilities, even if very remote. Case file number 2497, written by Other Cantaloupe, 4765. Lamps out, phone's dead, sanity slipping. This is so bizarre, and it honestly scared the crap out of me. I was just so unsettled that I contacted my mother at 4 a.m. just to tell her about it. To give some details about a couple objects first, I keep a wedge pillow on or near my bed, because sometimes I like to sit up in bed to read or play on my phone. It's more comfortable to do that when you can lean back against that wedge pillow. It's fairly large and bulky. It's somewhat heavy, mostly because it's dense, unlike a normal pillow. And I have an alley migraine lamp. It's a cylindrical object that emits green light, however it can also emit normal, white light when you turn it on upside down. The charger port is located on top when it's oriented to show green light. I can't charge it when it's oriented to show white light, because that means the charger port is on the bottom. It's on my nightstand. So I get home to my apartment and change into pajamas. It's about midnight, but I'm not super tired because I'd just been at a friend's house, and we'd been drinking coffee while we talked. But I wanted to actually lie down, so I sat on my bed, tossed my wedge pillow onto the floor away from my bed, and plugged in my alley lamp because it was completely dead. Obviously, if I had it plugged in, it was oriented to show green light. I plugged my phone into its charger and snuggled into bed. My phone screen settings are set to always be on. It does not go to sleep automatically. I have to physically turn it off if I want it to be off. I hopped into one of my games to play it before I went to bed. It was at a point where I wouldn't have quit right then. 3 hours later, I wake up slumped up against my wedge pillow in bed. My alley lamp is unplugged and showing white light. My phone has been turned off and the charger was unplugged from my phone and the outlet. I was immediately confused, and that confusion quickly turned into fear. If it were just one thing, I would have probably just brushed it off. But it's multiple things, and I remember with 100% certainty that I left everything the exact opposite. Well, maybe you did it in your sleep. I don't sleepwalk ever, but let's explore that possible explanation anyways. You're telling me that in my sleep I walked across my room to get a big, bulky pillow, situated on my bed, unplug and turn my lamp upside down, shut off my phone, unplug the charger from my phone and the outlet. No way. I was so terrified, honest to God. I immediately contacted my mom because I was just panicking. She suggested it was a glitch in the Matrix, which is pretty much the only explanation I can think of. It's so bizarre I feel scared just thinking about it. Well, I do know that people, when they sleepwalk, their mental faculties are actually more checked in than you think. Some people have been known to drive while sleepwalking, operate heavy machinery while sleepwalking. It's wild the things we can do. So I can't discount that, though this doesn't fit perfectly, because you don't have any history of sleepwalking. So maybe it's not that. Maybe it is a glitch in the Matrix where you thought you plugged in your phone and the lamp was situated a different way because it was a different universe site. That could definitely happen. Case file number 2498, written by Cherry every moment. Pressed 5, got 7. This happened to me back in 2019, when I had barely heard of Glitch in the Matrix stories. I've been wanting to share it somewhere, because sharing it with my friends and family only earned me some looks. Confused, crazed looks. I used to think this was some kind of paranormal event, but seeing stories about glitches in the Matrix made me realize this actually fits the bill perfectly. Anyways, I was working in a PBO company here in southern Philippines. The company that I was working at had 7 floors and then a rooftop. I was a trainee at that time, so I planned to head towards my locker, which was at the 5th floor, before proceeding to our training room, which is at the 6th floor. My roommate and I were in the elevator, and I remember how it was just the both of us. I remember being the one to press the 5th floor button. We got to the 5th floor, and I recall being slightly bothered by how quiet it was. We saw no one else around, not even the security guard that every floor has. But we ignored it, put our bags in our lockers, and headed back towards the elevator, so we can get to the 6th floor. We waited for a few minutes before I started getting anxious because I knew we were about to be late. So then I turned towards the door to the stairs and invited my roommate to just take the stairs. After all, it was just a couple of steps up. She was very hesitant at first, because she didn't like the stairs very much. No one frequented it, so it was creepy and dusty. But I told her we didn't have a choice because, for some reason, the elevator wasn't stopping at the correct floor at all. So I opened the door towards the stairs. I led the way, even though it took a while for my roommate to follow me. When I got to the top of the stairs, the first and only door that greeted me was the door towards the rooftop, which didn't make any sense, so I started laughing, convinced I think that I was being punked or something. So just thinking it was a prank somehow. When my roommate caught up to me, she started laughing with me as well because it was bizarre. But the longer we stood with it, the more I realized that there was no way this was a prank. It was no joke, we really were in front of the rooftop door. I looked down at the door we came out of, and my roommate had left it open. So I walked back down to prove a point to nobody in particular, and went back inside. I promise you, when I went back in, I was baffled and astounded to see the 7th floor sign. The security guard that guarded the elevator was there. Employees were rushing out of the elevator and were frozen there. It was impossible. Until now, it's hard to believe that this happened to me. But it wasn't just me who experienced this. It was both my roommate and I. It couldn't have been a hallucination. And it wasn't. And all that needs to be said is, elevators, if you know, you know. Case file number 2499, written by Goddess Lindsay. The portal at the bottom of the stairs. About 12 years ago, my son and niece, who were both about 2 or 3 at the time, were playing in the backyard of my parents' house. There were several of us there. It was a nice summer day. My son and niece started arguing over a toy they were playing with, like toddlers do. It was a square toy, about the size of an Etch-a-Sketch. That's kind of what it looked like. It wasn't a small toy. My son got mad and threw the toy deep into the barn, which had the door open. I watched it fly inside the barn. This barn is only small, but was jam-packed with things and garbage and old broken stuff. I looked inside the best I could to try to find it. A few of us looked for it because my niece was crying for it, and we wanted her to not be upset. However, none of us could find it. Eventually, she got over it, and we didn't look anymore. About 10 minutes later, I go into the house to get something, and that toy is laying at the bottom of the staircase. The exact toy, which we only had one of. There is no explanation. Also, same house, same staircase. My dad lost his screwdriver. Couldn't find it anywhere. They show up in the same spot at the bottom of the stairs without explanation. Makes you think. In these DOP events, if they occupy the same universe, are there specific spots where items just pop out of and stay temporarily? Maybe this is one of those, at the bottom of the staircase. I wonder if other objects will pop up there, not just from yourself. Things that don't just belong to you or your family. Case file number 2500, written by Rage Reset. One stormy night, except it wasn't. The best ghost story I know came from my mother a few years ago. She absolutely wouldn't make something like this up. A few years ago, she was alone at home one night as my father was away. She's heavily into family history and had recently received one of my nan's diaries. She'd passed 10 years earlier and started reading through it. After some minutes, maybe 10, it starts pouring rain. Rain is lashing the windows. Wind is high. She keeps on reading. Now their house overlooks the water and has timber frame floor-to-floor windows all the way along it. Suddenly, a sort of invisible shockwave rattles all the windows from one end of the house to the other. Just as she's thinking it could have been a gust of wind, every single intercom in the house blasts out a staticky bzzzt at the top volume. They stay like that continually. She goes downstairs to the master intercom and turns it off. The house falls silent, except for the storm. She then notices that every picture on the wall, they have pictures everywhere, is seriously askew. All of them. And they weren't like that an hour before. So she goes back upstairs, closes the diary, and says, "Sorry, Nan," and puts the diary in a cupboard. The rain dies down, and she calls it a night as she has to work the next day. It gets to work and runs into a coworker who lives maybe 10 houses away in the same street, same side of the street. She asks him how was that rainstorm last night, and he replies that they didn't get any rain. They spent their evening on the balcony, having a barbecue. This reminds me of the scene in The Haunting of Hill House. No spoilers really, but there's a storm event that happens in there, and it's just interesting that there's always parallels between fiction and reality. As they often say, reality is stranger than fiction. Case file number 2501, written by RFK Van 9112. They blink, they build, they breathe in fog. For about a year after it started, I searched for logical answers. It wasn't migraines or seizures or light sources from outside. It wasn't dust motes, and I didn't have other household environmental causes. It started to occur around a pagan and Wiccan holiday. Worth noting that I was having dreams of an odd quality during this time too. Kept going strong for a month and a half, then seemingly stopped for a brief period before continuing. The next year, it started to be very active at the exact same time period of the year. The activity has come and gone in waves in the 2 years since it started in earnest. Never long without some form of contact. I'd seen them before, just never enough to trigger curiosity about what they were. Perhaps I just didn't want to see them, perhaps I couldn't. 2 years is also a significant number for me, as I've been in remission from substances for just over 2.5 years. And something tells me that these things could be connected. Not filling my body with strong poisons constantly has somehow strengthened my sight, as it were. I can also see these things, as well as my own form and the details of the surrounding room, even when I close my eyes shut as tight as possible in the pitch dark. I appear to have decalcified the pineal gland through recovery, therapy, and meditation. I also had occasion where one other person was able to see exactly what I was seeing, these lights, which was certainly a relief as none of the medical reasons I was exploring panned out. For whatever reason, the sighting did not trigger any curiosity in my friend, who wrote it off. I've noticed that most of these lights have a playful quality to them. They have all sorts of colors and consistency, strobing patterns versus solid. I mostly see white lights, but occasionally also yellow, orange, red, black, and more rarely, green, blue, and purple. It's like a cycle that goes in a certain order. It seems to me the solid white and yellow ones are somewhat of an advanced group to test the waters, slowly blinking into existence in narrow shafts of muted light before taking orb shape. If I let the process pan out over 2 to 3 hours, it tends to build up. The oranges and reds start showing up after, sometimes blinking. This is when the show really begins. Huge, billowy, tattered curtain-like black ones sometimes show up, with some type of mist or fog surrounding them that continues growing in size around them, in whatever room I'm in. I'm not going to lie, I've gotten some pretty bad vibes from them. The red, green, blue, and purple lights seem to put off a mixed bag of vibes, with the rest seeming positive or neutral. It's like there's 2 sides, one playful and joyous, one more sinister. The whole cycle builds to a climax with all of these things surrounding at once, and the strobing effect intensifies to the point where the room I'm observing these things in ends up looking like a disco. Wild colors flying everywhere, now including the rarer color lights, even washing the walls in bright color, strobing fast while the fog and mist from the black ones builds. At some point it all starts to happen in reverse and wind down. Had I not gotten a couple brain scans, I'd for sure think I was having seizures, or have a massive tumor eating away at my brain. But I have done all that, and I had a witness one time. So what the hell is this? Honestly, I have no clue what it is, but this does tie back to the first story where someone had a witness as well, their son. This mother saw these lights floating down and touching them. The first one was more subdued, this one is more advanced. Could it be some sort of probing system from aliens? I don't know, that's quite a stretch, but I don't know. Now time for the jokes of the day. My wife found out I was cheating on her after she found all the letters I was hiding. She got mad and said she's never playing Scrabble with me again. I'll never forget what my granddad said to me before he croaked. He said, "Hey kid, want to hear my frog impression?" I got an email saying, "At Google Earth, we can read maps backwards," and I thought, that's just spam. My son came to me the other day and said, "Dad, I'm no longer a girl." "Well, son," I said, "I'm no longer opaque." This one took me a few seconds. He's no longer transparent. At dinner, my date asked if I had any special talents. "Actually, yes," I said. "I grew up on a farm which allowed me to become a horse whisperer." She leaned in, intrigued. "Really? How does that work?" I leaned in closer and whispered in her ear. "Horse." I was fishing with my dad and not having a great time. I said to him, "My feet are wet and it smells terrible." "Yeah," my dad replied. "I'm in the same boat." On my way to work this morning, I yelled, "Cow!" at a woman riding a bicycle. She gave me the middle finger, told me to go to hell, and then plowed into the cow. This one is really good. A warning, not a description. I took my daughter to a pet store, where I looked over at the parrots. "Hey, could I get one of these for my daughter?" I asked the clerk. "Sorry, we only take cash, not trades." Bring back the barter system. I told my wife I'd like to be cremated, so she made an appointment for next Tuesday. Fred came home from university in tears. "Mom, am I adopted?" "No, of course not," replied his mother. "Why would you think such a thing?" Fred showed her his genealogy DNA test results. No match for any of his relatives, and strong matches for a family who lived on the other side of the city. Shocked, his mother called her husband. "Honey, Fred has done a DNA test and I don't know how to say this, he may not be our son." "Well, obviously," he replied. "What do you mean?" she asked, confused. "It was your idea in the first place," her husband continued. "You remember that first night in the hospital when the baby did nothing but scream and cry, on, and you asked me to change him? Well, I picked a good one, I reckon. Ever so proud of Fred." I often wonder how often that happens. Does it happen where people switch out babies in the hospital? Not intentionally, just accidentally. At a job interview, the company director asked a candidate, "Why are you asking for such a high salary when you have no experience in this field?" Candidate: "Well, the job is much harder when you don't know what you're doing." I just realized that the word 7 has even in it. That's odd. Trump likes to think he's a visionary, like Steve Jobs. But that's like comparing an orange to an apple. What do you call the most famous cow of all time? Legendary. I think this is the most classic dad joke. Perfection. I showed my damaged luggage to the lawyer and said, "I'd like to sue the airline." The lawyer said, "You don't have much of a case." A woman noticed her husband standing on the bathroom scale, sucking in his stomach. "Ha, that's not going to help," she said. "Sure it does," he said. "It's the only way I can see the numbers." My ex-wife was struck by lightning. Now she's my current wife. Unlimited power. Today I decided to go visit my childhood home. I asked the residents if I could come inside because I was feeling nostalgic, but they refused and slammed the door in my face. My parents are the worst. Damn. Disowned. What did Snow White say when her photocopier took so long? "Someday my prince will come." Why is dark spelled with a K and not a C? Because you can't see in the dark. 77% of people are idiots. Fortunately, I belong to the 33% of intelligent people. A wealthy man tells another guy, "I'll give you $50,000, but your worst enemy gets double that." The guy smiles and says, "Cool, I've always wanted $150,000. Yeah, we are our own worst enemies, aren't we? A man knocked on my door today, asking for donations for the local swimming pool. I gave him a glass of water. You can't complain about that. It is a donation, okay? A very relevant donation. I renamed my toilet Jim instead of John. People will be impressed when I tell them I go to the gym every morning. I asked a ninja if they knew how to throw one of those ninja star things. They said, "Sure I can." My wife read a draft of a mystery novel I'm working on. She goes, "I don't get it. In chapter 2, you randomly wrote, shadow, 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 shadow. What the hell does that even mean?" I'm like, "Babe, it's called foreshadowing." My wife called me last night and said, "If you're not home in 10 minutes, I'm giving the dinner I cooked for you to the dog." I was home in 5 minutes. I'd hate to subject my dog to that. A guy asked me, "What's the fastest way to get to downtown from here?" I asked him, "Are you walking or driving?" "Driving," he said. "Yep," I said, "that's the fastest way." My wife asked me, "How many men does it take to open a beer?" I said, "None. It should already be open when you bring it to me." Dangerous. My wife asked me, "Is it just me or is the cat getting fat?" Apparently, "It's just you" was not the right answer. Nope. No, it most surely was not. My 11-year-old son came up with this. What's a humiliated musical instrument called? An accordion. What do you call a woman standing in the middle of a tennis court? A net. I got fired from the keyboard factory. They said I wasn't putting in enough shifts. I'm putting my 6-year-old to bed and he says, "Dad, I have kidneys. You have dad knees." I just found out Albert Einstein was a real person. All this time, I just thought he was a theoretical physicist. Like the video, subscribe, hit the bell. Good night, somebody, signing off.